Well, hello, welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream. Thanks for joining me. Today, we're going to do more work on animations. And today, I've made a little list this time before jumping in of the things I want to try and get to. I want to get satisfying blocking for these poses. If we can complete them all, that'd be great. Actually, there might be another one I could add. Let me see if I can add one more. I want to have 5. We'll see if we can get through all those. Oh, I've got one on my list here called Slide Attack, and I have no idea why that's on the list. I do need a slide end though. I don't know why I wrote Slide Attack, but I do need a slide end when she transitions out of sliding. So that'll be my list. Because I want to try, I wasn't too happy with the progress I made yesterday. I'm like, I could have done more. So I'm going to have this in the background to work through. So today we're going to look at the jog first, because I remember we made blocking for this, but it doesn't look amazing yet. And I reckon it could be a bit better with the poses. So I thought we'd look at that with a fresh set of eyes, then move on to a grind jump animation. So we haven't started on this one yet. Or this one. So these will both be new. This one exists already, and this one exists, but they're not great. And then this one will be new as well. So, once again, simulcasting. So thanks everyone for joining on both platforms. Glad to have you. Hey Cosmic. Oh, that's so nice. It says, imagine how insane Gabi's finished animations will look. I hope so. I hope it's genuinely amazing too. Glad you think so. All right. Well, speaking of which, let's just jump in. So let's open up the jog. Oh, is my desktop? Okay, my desktop is showing. Fantastic. Cool. Jake forgot the stream was happening. Well, luckily, I YouTube notifications or Twitch notifications or whatever reminded you. So, hell yeah. I'm gonna be trying to make this a regular thing, and the reason why. Because I don't know how many of you were here a few weeks ago. I was like talking about content on the channel, and I had a bit of an epiphany at the start of the year, and I was like very dissatisfied with how I was being a little what's the word I'm looking for? I was being like the standards I set for myself I think were too high. So I'm like, I want to have something in my week, because, you know, making a game is a big deal, and I'm not just going to crap out some mobile game in a week. I'm not that kind of guy, but I do feel like I need to balance out my long-term goals, being the game and my videos, because those do take time, but I need to balance it out with something I can just put out more often. And I thought, well, hey, I've been doing streaming, so maybe I ramp that up a little so that I've got some frequent back and forth going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's, I don't know how many people are going to enjoy them, but I feel like I just need to do it. You know what I mean? I feel like if I don't do it, I'm going to regret it. So I'm like, well, I can stream more, I should stream more, and I will. So here I am doing it. So this is the current jog, and this is going to be playing in between, like when you're in between walking and full sprinting, it plays this. And I do need to find better reference, because we were using some real life reference, and it was, it's hard to stick to real life reference all the time because of the style. And I reckon I could, I want to shop around a little and find some other reference of jogging. So I'm going to search anime jogging and see what we get. Let me just open up the old YouTube. Isn't that funny? I'm sure, like, I don't think I've heard a single Australian pronounce YouTube correctly. It's always YouTube. with the how they pronounce the T. Anime run animation. And I'm sure when I type this in, I'm just gonna get Naruto. Oh wait, I've seen this video before. I've seen this before. Let's have a look. I must have looked at this. I might have looked at this video when I was doing the first model. But this is a... Do we have any... No, I don't want that. Do we have any full body... Do we have any full body reference from the side? Not close-ups. I just want... I don't know, I think a few weeks ago, we were talking about just the state of YouTube search right now, and it's just like, finding good reference is now a lot harder for some reason. I don't know what it is. I used to be able to just punch in what I wanted and I'd get it first result, but now I'm finding I have to sift through. Okay, this one's okay, actually. It might cut it. It might cut the... It might do it. I'm just looking at the guy with the red shirt here, because he's staying in place mostly. I like that movement. I think that's cool. Let's see what else we got. All of these look great. I'm actually kind of surprised that there isn't just, it's all just like not Naruto running. I am a little surprised. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've seen this movie. Let's have a look at this. Let's look at the poses here. This is a bit more of a feminine run. And that's, wow, that's really fast. And there's so much stuff obstructing it. But that is definitely faster than a jog. That's like a full sprint. But that's like a... That won't work for my game, but it does look cool. I'm just gonna have a skim through and see if there's anything. Oh, that's actually, the colors on this are really sick. That is a work in progress. What about this one? Oh, actually, this is cool. This is really good. Hell yeah. This is great. And it labels the frames. That's sick. I feel like that would be like a... Gabi would jog like that. Like this. It's got like a bounce to it. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing with what I want with the jog versus the sprint. Is that the sprint... Yeah, you see how this... The energy is just so lacking compared to this. So that's what I'm talking about. You see a huge difference. But if we go to the sprint... This is her sprint, and the timing is all weird still. So just ignore how badly timed it is. But it's not supposed to be bouncy. When you're sprinting forward, and this is like when you tilt the joystick fully forward, and you look at it from here. This is how it's going to look. It's going to be a bit faster, obviously. But I've tried to make her sprint resemble the current one and her current in-game model because I actually do like it. But the trick is that it's very visceral and it isn't bouncy at all. It's very steady. Whereas something like a jog, my intuition is telling me that I want some more bounce to the jog, some more up and down bounce. Whereas the sprint, it has to be very, you know what I'm talking. I don't know the word, but you know what I mean when you look at it. You know what I mean. So this is brilliant. I'm gonna just use that as a reference. Because I can already see a huge, actually, hold on. Let me pick a frame and we'll compare them with my current one. So look at the difference. We got this and we got that. That's a huge difference. Can I like full screen? You just look at these arms and shoulders come up way further. The legs are kind of different as well. Actually, this is a bit of a different... so this would be the closest comparison. It's slightly different. But you see how the torso twists more? And the hips twist more. Mine don't. That's a huge difference. It's amazing just the difference the hips can do. And the posture of the upper neck and up is different as well. So it's actually not too different, but it's when you get to the more extreme... I want to scrub... No, hold on. Because when we get to some of these other frames, like this, mine starts to fall to pieces. Because I do not have that in between. So, let's That's a good starting point. Let's just go with that. Some of those poses remind you of Mario. Cool. Numbered frames, indeed. It's pretty sick. I'm gonna start. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. As Mike Ermentrout would say, here's what's gonna happen. I'm kind of, honestly, I am a little tempted to just delete all the keyframes and start over, but I think I can salvage. I think I can salvage this. But the frames are in a very different order to what I've got. I'm gonna try and find to time, because the timing on their frame, their animation starts at a different point than my one. So I'm gonna try and find the closest comparable starting point. Actually, you know what? I should delete some of these. Because it's really just 2 keyframes it's going with. That's why mine looks so weird, is that I've only got 2 keyframes that I'm basically mirroring over and over. It's just 1, 2, flip. Yeah, flipped 1, 2, and then back to, yeah. So we can get rid of those 3. And then I will move those other 2 keyframes off somewhere else. I'll move them over here for the moment. And we'll just make a start with what we've got. And I'll try and like get a similar rhythm. But I wanna flip all of this. I wanna flip this around to be the same. There we go. Where's the next devlog coming out approximately? Well, my goal, this is not a promise, but my goal is by this end of this month, I'd like to have one out. The reason why the hold up is the footage management I've been doing. Were you here yesterday or the week before? If not, I'll run down what I've been up to while I pose this. Because I've been doing a huge cleaning up of my devlog folder, because it is not in a state of harmony, let's just say. It has not been for some time, and it's been bothering me. And it's actually been making it harder for me to want to make more episodes, just because of because managing like 5 years of footage is actually a lot of work. And I have not, I'm looking at how I have it set up, and I'm like, I could do better. I gotta do better than this. So for the last 3 weeks, while I've been doing animations and other stuff, I've also been re-cataloging since episode 1. I've been going back to all of that footage from like 2018, starting there, and enforcing consistent file names conventions, enforcing a new folder convention, enforcing new standards on everything. Because I feel like I can't make a new one until this is done. I can't, like, if I can't even organize this footage, then I am in no position to make more. That's the sort of, because I recently had a traumatic experience with someone who had worse file management than me, and it changed me quite profoundly. So I decided, you know what, I can do better as well. So that's what I've been working on in the background. I'm like 70% finished. I was doing it this morning. I was doing a bit of work on that this morning. Because I've got some folders per episode, which was a bad idea. And then I have a big footage bin. So I've been organizing it 2 different ways, which is not great. And oh, oops. So I'm changing it all to be organized one way, which has been a lot. And I'm currently I have 1 episode left in the per episode folders, which is episode 35. And I left that one to last because that's the Screen Australia episode, and that is 40 minutes long. So that is a a lot of footage to organize. That one actually, though, to be fair, it does balance out, because by the time I worked on that episode, I had gotten better at organizing the files. So it won't be as much of a hassle as the first 10 episodes, but just because of the sheer quantity of footage, that's the one I've got left. And then I have to go and look in the common footage bin and then find any other stray files. And then only then we cook. So, but yeah, the next one, there's a few things. I've written like some scripts and outlines for the next 5 episodes I want to do, but some of the subject matter is very difficult to discuss. So I've been trying to think for this month, maybe I want to pick something a little easier to talk about. So what I was thinking was to have an episode about the Contractor saga, which happened like before and during and after the Screen Australia saga was going on. And then, I'm learning as I'm writing the script for it, it's actually like it's a lot of work to discuss, and it is quite difficult. So I'm like, all right, well, maybe for the sake of putting something out, maybe I pick something a bit easier to cover first. So what I'm thinking of doing is making a video about the robot drone character, because it occurred to me that I hadn't made an episode about it. I just kind of worked on it on stream like a year ago and didn't tell anyone. So that might be a fun episode. It'll give me some practice as well for when I do the big episode on Gabi, which that'll come a bit later on. Because I will have an episode on this whole thing eventually. But that will be a ways off still. Because I don't want to do like 5 videos about Gabi like last time. I just want to have one that kind of goes over the story of how this model's getting done. But so that might be a long one, and that'll come later in the year. Because I have to actually finish the model first, of course. But yeah, that's the plan for devlogs. I haven't forgotten about them. I know you guys have been waiting for them, and I appreciate your patience and understanding. I want to make more as well. Believe me, that's why I've been recataloguing everything, because I know that if I don't organize it properly, then this trend of me going more and more months between episodes is only going to continue. So I'm like, I gotta get on top of it. I gotta KonMari it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I've been putting that into action. It's just taken a while. But devlogs, you know, maybe someday I should do a video or a stream about how those actually get made, because it is I remember showing my members on Patreon and YouTube and stuff. I showed them a little bit of what goes into it, and they were all like horrified at the amount of work that, that goes into just like recording the voiceover or something. So they do take a bit, because I don't want to put out a bad video. I want to put in effort, because it's like, why would anyone care about it if I don't put in my best effort? However, that comes at a cost as well, because what I also don't want is releasing 4 videos a year. So I've been trying to balance it out. That's one of the reasons I want to stream more as well, is so that I'm getting more comfortable putting things out and being less in the perfectionist hole. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but that's my plan. That's the plan. And it's happening. It's happening as we speak. Do I log the hours I work? I used to, but I kind of stopped because I don't really think of hours like that anymore. I just have a schedule of like, I have a rhythm. I don't really log them anymore because I know that I don't need to. I used to do it so that I would, I don't know. Why did it? I think it was more of a motivation thing, but now I don't need to do that anymore. I know that at a certain time I can work at any, like even if I'm depressed, I know I can work, I can do it. I know I can function, so I don't really feel a need to log. I do journal. I don't log it hours, but I log today I did ... So in my journal after today, I'm going to say today I did these and I did live streaming and file management. That's what I'll write down. This is interesting. So this animation reference I'm looking at, the hips are very twisted. But because I can't, it's only drawn from the side, so it's a bit hard to judge. I think the torso does need to come like that way though. Yeah, this has to have like a curve, like an S, not an S curve, but like a, can I like draw, it has to go like that way. DQ says the jog looks stiff. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to fix. See, so that, Sozu, that is exactly my thought. Does the devlog spark joy? Because if it doesn't, it's like, it's gonna hurt. And man, that is such a good book. For those who haven't read it, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying. It's about like furniture and whatever, which is important. You should read it for that reason, but you can actually apply that to everything. So I've been applying it to my file system. It actually, like that, the methodology, for those that don't know it, maybe you've seen the Netflix show, because I know they made a Netflix show about it, tidying up with Marie Kondo. Man, like that is so right, that attitude of like, if your environment is cluttered, you will be depressed. I think that is so true. So yeah, whenever I come across someone, because I learned this the hard way, but if I come across somebody and it's like they can't name a file, it's just Jova, you know? Like if they can't do that, it's like this person doesn't have it together if they can't even do that. And I know a lot of, you know, I've been told that, oh, right, that's a small detail. Don't sweat the small stuff. And it's like, no, you should. You really should. Because that attention to that detail, and this is what I love about, because I like look behind me. Do you see any mess? Look around. Like I keep everything meticulous, because I feel like for my own sanity I have to. If I don't do that, it's like, well, I'm letting my standards slip. And am I really going to be able to accomplish anything if I can't clean my room, or if I can't name a file the right thing when I put it in my footage bin, or if I'm rigging a character and if I can't even be bothered to name the finger bone? Am I really going to be able to do anything if I can't even name the finger bone? So that's sort of like, I already kind of had this attitude, but then I really started taking it more seriously when I met people that didn't have that attitude. And I saw like the work that they could do. And I've never met anyone that like made impressive work that like named their files like final or whatever. I know it's funny to name it like that, but it shows that you're just lazy. Like you really do not care if that is the amount of effort you put into naming your file or something. So I know it sounds kind of harsh, but I do think it is so important, and you can really kind of judge everything about a person based on those things. I really do believe that. So that's why I've been going in, making sure that my own workflow is not being hell for me, because every big thing, like a devlog, it takes about, currently, the last one I did took about 2 months. And it comes, and it's made up, every episode of that is made up of tiny things. It's made up of small decisions. They amount to big things. And just like game development, just like this model, it's made up of small details. These animations are made up of small details. It's all made up of little Lego bricks. And I feel like if you ignore that stuff, I don't know. I'm very cautious around people that don't take that seriously. So that's why, after having seen that, it's like, oh, okay, well, what could I do in my own, like, what skeletons are in my closet that I could sort out? And I noticed the devlog folder is a bit of a mess. So I'm like, all right, well, I got to do something. I got to do something about it. Because that's probably the reason, you know, there's also an attitude, there's a mental thing with it too. I feel like it cures, if you can get into the habit of that stuff, it cures a lot of things. Because when you're a creative person, like, your brain, it doesn't cooperate with you all the time, you know what I mean? And I feel like there's when you can do that stuff and you can make yourself do that stuff, you build like this natural discipline which helps you everywhere. It doesn't just help you with those small things, it helps you with the big things too. I really do believe that. So that's why I take those things so seriously now. I mean, I always kind of did, but now, like, really, it's really important. Do I have any recommendations to prevent procrastination? None that come to mind. I don't know. Really depends on what's causing it. To prevent... I don't think you can. You can't prevent procrastination. You're gonna want to do it naturally. You just have to kind of... I think learning to work with it, I found that helped me out. When instead of trying to go against the river, if you kind of understand your nature and you know that you procrastinate, instead of trying to fight yourself, try and like work with yourself. So that sounds kind of vague, and that's going to mean something different for every person. So for me, it was something. For you, it'll be something. I can't really say what. I don't know enough about you, but I do believe that trying to beat yourself into not being a procrastinator, I mean, has that ever worked? Maybe someone in chat. Has that worked? It hasn't worked for me. But if it worked for someone, then that's cool. But I don't personally trying to basically treat myself like a child and trying to act like a parent to myself in, like, you know, like a bad parent. It doesn't, I don't know, it makes it hell. But if I do it a bit different, I guess there's like a saying, like, treat yourself like someone you're responsible for caring. And if you try and take it with that attitude, with procrastination, I think you'll fight it better. Because instead of trying to fight yourself, you're kind of on your own side. So that's the only thing that comes to mind. The specifics will really depend on the person. I'm gonna skip ahead a few poses. So this was the pose I had for this. She's stepping on the ground. But I'm starting to see some differences with the new reference I'm using. I think I might need to move, hold on. I might need to move her hips up. Yeah, hold on. I gotta take this, and that, and just move it up. Actually, even her leg, it needs to come up higher. Her hips need to be higher than the previous frame. Oh, okay. Almost deleted my keyframes there. Joshua says, putting yourself in a place where you need results. Yeah, that also works. Bergman says, clip this. There are people I know that need to hear this. Well, that's great. I forgot Twitch does have clipping, doesn't it? Well, hey, that's one advantage of being back on Twitch as well. So people can clip stuff. So clip away, go for it. Some guy says, when I draw, I just hit my keyboard to generate some amount of random letters. I don't feel proud of them, so I just avoid using names. The one I like, still unnamed, got into a segregated folder. I don't know what are you... I don't know what you... Okay. What does that mean? Jared says, I just want to get myself into better habits. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I don't want it to go too far the wrong way. Well, yeah, I think habits are very important. And I think one thing to remember, for those that are like that curious about it, you can't build habits like immediately. Don't try building a habit immediately. You gotta like give it time. Because I've known people that I tell them this and they go, oh great, and then they'll like do it for 2 days and then they go, oh but I'm not getting results, and then they give up. And it's like, well, give it like 20 days maybe, not 2 or 3 months maybe. Like it depends, but it doesn't happen in like a week. You gotta give it a lot of time. You know how I know this is true? Because even the beginning of this year, well, here I am streaming. Here's a new habit I'm making right now. I've just changed my stream schedule, and I've said that I'm going to be doing this instead of on Wednesdays only. I'm now going to be doing it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And it's day 2 right now, and I'm still doing it. So we'll see if I'm still doing it in a month, which I think I will be. I have a sneaking suspicion I'll still be doing it in a month, because I know I've given myself habits before. I kind of know what to do. And then there was another habit, actually. I'll show you something else to really prove my... Because I mean, you guys know I'm right, but I just want to give you more material examples. Just let me dig it up in a folder real quick, because I haven't shown this off a lot. I've just been keeping this to myself mostly, but I've been working. There's a few little side projects I've been trying to work on when I get time, and I started at the beginning in January. I put this down because it was too easy, but I started this habit in January where I would just try and draw something every day, and I kept that up for like 2 weeks, but I deliberately stopped doing it because it was I wasn't getting anything out of it that I didn't already have. So I would just start drawing, and I would just pick something random. So I did a few sketches of different characters that I've got in my head. I did them in Clip Studio because I wanted to learn how to use Clip Studio more. So, and Clip Studio is cool because it has a time-lapse tool. So you can actually, this is proof that I didn't AI generate it. So that was me. This one took about an hour to draw. And that was fun because this was kind of fun because I don't draw environments very much. Oh, where are you guys? I've lost you. There you are. And then I did some like portraiture as well, which I haven't done in years, and that was fun. So I have like the time lapse of me trying to paint. This is like a bit different to what I normally do. This is more like I don't know what you call this. This isn't like sketching. Technically it kind of is, but I'm using like big brushes and values, which I don't normally do. So that was fun. Some of them didn't come out so good. I tried doing one of Felix. I wasn't really happy with this one. What else? I did another one. This one I liked better. I did Felix again the next day, and I liked that one a lot better. And then I did one of Child Gabi, and I wanted to try putting in a backdrop because I thought it'd be fun. And there was a few more. There was a few I did that were just kind of fun. And then after a month of that, I was like, I want to pick a different habit. So instead I'm doing streaming. And I wanted, there's another thing I want to do. I want to like, from doing that for a month, it kind of helped me get more into the groove of releasing stuff, which I need to get better at. So I feel like I hit a ceiling there where I was like, okay, I think I get the point now, and let's go apply this to my big projects. And then that kicked me off doing the file reorganizing and everything else. So it started there, and yeah. I feel like that would cause burnout. I mean, if you overdo it, yeah, but you also can't not do anything. Like, I do hear burnout has become like a very... People talk about it a lot more these days. I guess, I don't know, I feel like people's threshold's different. I feel like working a lot is not bad. I think people are kind of... I feel like people are getting a bit too into the whole, oh, don't burn yourself out, and they're worried about actually putting effort in because they're afraid of burning out. I haven't found that to be the case. I haven't burnt out in 5 years. And I feel like if you're in the right groove, if you're in balance, you won't burn out. And that balance is going to be different for everyone. So I feel like what I'm trying to say there is, for me doing that for every day for a month, for me that wasn't burnout because I can handle that. But someone else, but also I've been drawing since I was 6. So someone else watching, maybe you haven't been drawing since you were 6 and you're not naturally... You don't pick it up as easy. One of the reasons I picked drawing, because I was going to pick something else, like trying to make TikToks, but I don't know anything about, like, that doesn't come to me naturally at all. And this was like January 1st. I was like, I need to do something, and I need to release something every day. And I was trying to think, what can I do? And for me, I picked drawing because that was like the thing I spent my whole childhood doing. And I'm like, well, I'll start there because that's easy for me. But that's easy for me. It's not going to be easy for everyone. So, but to avoid that burnout, I do believe if you're not happy with the amount and you want to do a lot, but you're afraid of burning out, I think you can work your way up. You don't start there, but you work your way up. And for me, that working up was drawing all through my childhood and through high school and through everything. And because that doesn't go away, even though I haven't drawn in months before that point, I'd done it my whole life before then. And it's like, all right, well, it's like learning how to swim or how to ride a bike. You don't really forget how to do it. It stays with you. So I'm building off that. But if I didn't know any drawing at all, I would not have picked drawing to do. I would have picked something a bit easier. So if I, for example, was more of programming was like, I was something really comfortable with, I would just sit and program a cool little script instead for an hour or something. Or, whatever it is. It's going to be different for everyone. Or writing. If you're really good at writing, and you've done a lot of it in high school or something, and you want to just get in the habit of doing something, and you've already got a bit of experience with it, it's like, we'll pick that. Path of least resistance. But again, yeah, it's going to be different for everyone. But I do think that, yeah, because if you do that long enough, you'll sort of be able to build a, tolerance for... And this is going to sound counterintuitive, because I've noticed for me, I've actually been feeling less burnt out working more. So that's what, my 2 years ago, I think now, I had a pretty bad balance, and I was actually not working as much as I am currently. But the balance was terrible because I had insomnia, I couldn't sleep, and that was affecting a lot of things. I had, just mentally, I wasn't in as good of a place as I am currently. I had a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, and I felt more burnt out. Not completely, I was still going, but I felt more burnt out then, because there was something, it's more to do with just the workload. There's something else. I don't know what it is, but there's something else beyond just the quantity of work. There's something about your mental state that has something to do with it. I don't know what it is exactly. But now, I'm doing more things. I think one of the reasons I felt more burnt out a few years ago is because I would only do tasks one at a time. And this is just me. But when I sat down to do the momentum system, if you guys remember that, that's literally all I focused on for 6 months. I literally got up, momentum system, and then just did that. Momentum system, day in, day out, momentum system. And that became a bit exhausting. And after that was done, and after I had done that to myself a few times, I caught on, I clued in and went, hey, I actually feel really exhausted when I only focus on one thing all the time. So I'm going to not do that. So starting last year, instead of just having one task on my to-do list and just focusing on it 100%, I split it up. So that's why you see me now. I don't spend all of my time on animating this character every week. I spend a bit of my time on it, and then I go and switch. I have like, you know, like on a stove, you have different plates. I'm kind of doing that. I'm taking things on and off because I am more quick. Because I work on it until I get sick of it, and then I go work on something else, and then I work on that until I get sick of it, and then I go back to task A, and then I get sick of it, and then I go back to task B, and that rhythm for me is working way better than just having one task. Because that was going to be my road to burnout. But for me, having A and B, and then maybe task C sometimes, I think I would have task C at the moment. I've got like that stuff, some admin work, and then I've got like file management, and then this model. So I've got a few things on the stove, and I'm just swapping them and switching them and going between them. And I'm getting more done, and I'm working more, but I feel way better. Now again, this is just me. I'm not gonna come here and say that everyone should do this, because honestly, I don't know. It really depends. But that's working out for me, and I'm feeling way better. But I had to go through a bit of hell first to kind of learn that. I had to suffer. Remember when I was making Gabi's first model, like a few years back? I didn't understand what that was. That's kind of that was the first big task on the game. Because I remember everything before that point was a very quick, could be done in a week type stuff. But then I did Gabi's first model, and that took 6 months. And I'm like, oh man, I did not feel happy by the end. So yeah, but it wasn't so bad to the point that I had to stop completely. Because I think I had too much pressure, because I had subscribers that if I didn't keep going, I would let down. So I'm like, well, I can't stop, so I'll have to keep doing this. And I kind of just put up with it and kept doing it. But now it's different. I don't really feel like I have to put up with it anymore, you know? It just kind of naturally, I don't know. But remember, that's me now. That took years. That isn't something I just learned how to do instantly when I started working on this game. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, sorry, I've just been rambling. I'm sure you guys have heaps to say. What do I think about Cascader? I don't know what that is. No idea. Is that some kind of tool? Joshua says reward, recognition. Maybe. I think you should treat yourself like you should not be too hard on yourself at the same time. And recognition depends on where that recognition is coming from. I think everyone should be very careful with external recognition. I think I have a lot to say about it. I don't know if I want to go into that today though, but doing things for recognition from other people can also be a bit dangerous. Gotta be careful. Joshua also says, thinking on what the first step is, thinking ahead without acting makes things look insurmountable. Well, yeah, you just gotta break it down into small steps. Shergel says, Cascader is a good tool for animation with AI support. Ah, nah. See, nah. I don't know. I probably wouldn't use it. Me, personally. I'm not gonna have some AI try and do all my animations for me. Oh, thanks, Jared. Look, take my advice with a grain of salt. I don't know you. I don't know any of you that well. I know your names and that's it. So I just be critical. Really think, does this apply to me? Do I picture this working for me? But if you think that'll work, that's great. I'm glad to be of help. That's just what I've picked up on. I can only tell you what works for me. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know all the answers, and I think anyone that does that is lying. But I can just tell you what I have kind of come across, my little discoveries. But yeah, I really want to stress, it's not about the specifics. When I talk about drawing, when I talk about task A and task B, it's not the specific tasks. It's not that you have to animate in Blender for 3 hours a day or whatever. It's the overall structure. There's something, a layer above that I want you to pay attention to. It's like a meta level. It's more, I guess it's really kind, I guess you would call it self-care maybe. Giovanni asks, do you think it's less stressing to work in live with the chat to do take break once in a while? I think what you mean is it more stressful to do this while streaming? Yeah, it is, because I'm trying very hard to not be boring. Actually, to be real, I'm actually a bit less stressed about that now. Because the reason why I was kind of worried and stressed about that a lot, like when I started streaming, is because I don't watch live streams. So I don't really know what the expectation is. I just, I stream, but I don't watch. I don't watch Twitch. I don't watch YouTube stream. I don't really do that. So then, out of curiosity, I thought, well, because I think in Twitch, when I was doing Twitch streaming first, the game development category did not exist. So I couldn't really find any other people that were doing, because most streamers, they're like watching YouTube videos and they're doing the, what is it? They're doing like the Hassan Piker, where they just have their chair on camera and they don't really say anything. So that's what I knew about streaming. And there's like people, the guy hosting it will be really likable or whatever it is. And then it's just, oh wow, chat, look at this, isn't that cool? And then ad nauseum for 6 hours. So I was like, oh well, I can't really do that because I'm trying to work on stuff. So I did used to get a bit hung up about it. But then after the game dev category started, I out of curiosity, about a year ago or maybe 6 months ago, when I started trying to pay more attention to streaming, I went and tuned into a few streamers and I was like, oh wow, this is boring. So if they're up doing this, and this is literally what I do every day. I'm watching them work and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so boring. But they're streaming and they have 100 people, and I'm like, well, what am I worried about then? I'll be fine. So that's I kind of stopped being and because I've done it for a bit, I've gotten a bit more used to being on camera. But yeah, no, I definitely am a bit quicker when I'm not live, I'll say. Because I don't know, I'm very used to sitting in silence for large periods of time, but that would be very, very boring. So I try to put in some effort to talk through what I do. Like here, for instance, I'm not really that happy with the twist of the body. I don't know. Yeah, because this and this does not, something's not right here. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to look at this reference, and the reference is only showing me the side. So I'm just, having a bit of a tough time with the back. Because it's hard looking at 2D reference when you can't look at it 360 degrees. So I'm just gonna do my guesswork on where I think the spine should be bending. And this is a bit nicer. Oh. Sorry, I just got sleep in my eye. Some guy says, your advice on proper working practice. Well, look, I don't know if it's proper. It's working out for me. I'm enjoying it. I don't know what the proper, because I've heard people tell me that something is proper, and I've always disagreed usually. So I don't know. I don't know if it's proper, but it's my genuine what I believe. But your advice on proper working practice and random remarks about stuff like Lazy Town are interesting. Well, thank you. I think it's kind of interesting too. Not that I'm talking about it, but Lazy Town, man. Lazy Town is so interesting. And I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if I ramble a bit too much about the stuff I find interesting, because I know in real life because every so often I'll try and meet up with some old friends, and I can tell that they don't want to hear it. So I've kind of learned to just shut up. But I find it, oh man, it's so cool. It's just a shame because I just have to believe that if people are watching my stuff, they're kind of more likely than people I know in real life to kind of share some things I find interesting, like share a bit of my taste. I don't know if that's an accurate thing to assume, but that's something I assume. If you like my game and my taste, you'll probably like watching Avatar: The Last Airbender, I reckon. That's just my educated guess. By the way, if my advice has been helpful, and if you want to help me out, I do have memberships on, and I have Patreon if you want a bit more from me, because I have a members only Discord where I kind of talk a bit more about Lazy Town and other things. I'd appreciate help if you think I'm worthy of it, of course. If you don't think so, that's okay as well. Atla is goated. That's true. Macaroni says Cascader isn't AI, it's physics-based. Probably not great for stylized. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking anything that... Because you got to remember, for those who have... If you haven't seen this talk, the Arc System Devs talk, you'll know what I'm talking about if you've seen it. But if you haven't, they keep saying the computer is too perfect. The goal is to eliminate perfection, because that's what art looks like. It looks flawed. It has the artist intent. So when I think of these tools like Mixamo or Cascader, if there's anything that's taking choice away from me, it feels wrong. It feels like I shouldn't use it. You know what I mean? Because I feel like the charm of this style comes from the effort it takes. And I think the Japanese know that. I think that's why they still take traditional animation seriously. It's because I think they believe that. Now, I haven't been to Japan, so I don't 100%. I don't know what the deal is, but I feel like that's the vibe I get. I feel like they get it. I feel like that's something they value. And a lot of the things that I find cool have that in common. Not to say that all tools are bad, it's just, it's... If I'm gonna have some because yeah, here's another thing. A lot of people have told me to use physics simulation on the tail and the hair. Well, then there's a few reasons why I'm not. Firstly, the character's animation is gonna have its interpolation removed. You can already kind of see there'll be problems if you have a physics simulation, a real-time physics simulation on the tail running at 60 frames a second, and then the rest of the body is moving at 24 frames a second. It's not going to look good. And secondly, it'll look simulated. And for me, I don't want it to look simulated because it ruins the look. Some people might want it. If you're doing like a, God of War, you'll want, that'll work. But if you're doing this, you don't want that. You don't want it to look simulated because it ruins, it's not cohesive. It doesn't go with the rest. So what's Cascade? It's some guy in Twitch chat is telling me about it. It's supposedly this an AI assisted animation tool. But this is my first time hearing of it. I have no idea what it actually does. But just from the name and what it does, I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound like it's for me. Doesn't sound like the tool for the job. It's probably, it might be a great tool. I'm not saying it's a bad tool. I'm just saying for this job, it's not the right tool. It's not the right tool. Just out of principle, I would say, in that case. Now this, hold on, because I'm trying to do something here. Because the hips on this reference I'm looking at, they're lower. So I gotta bring the hips lower and back. Because the hips, I had them bending out, they have to be bending in. Like this. But this pose has to be higher. Oh, no, it's gotta be higher. Even more. Oops, wrong keyframe. Oh. Alright, that's a bit nicer. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next pose, because I'm gonna let me just move her neck. And I'm gonna move on to the next one, because I reckon after I go over this a few times, it'll get there. So I'm gonna skip ahead to pose. I'm gonna do pose, I'm gonna go in between these two and do pose 2. So this is going to be the in-between when her leg is contacting with the ground. Elijah says he speaks Japanese and their biggest work ethic is kaizen, translating to constant improvement. Hey, you know, that is cool. Thanks for teaching me that. I literally have never heard of that before, but that actually correlates, that overlaps with something else I found completely unrelated to Japan, with also this value of constant improvement. And that's something I really value. I came across this because, look, so every so often, I find it's interesting. One thing I'll say as well that I've found fun, and a lot of the stuff I was saying earlier about finding your balance and whatever, and I was saying this yesterday too, is that a lot of things really depend on you. And I find it's really easy to decide to work with yourself if you know yourself, if you really know yourself. I find that that's really the best thing you could ever do. And to do that, there's a few ways. And this way, the thing I'm about to mention, I don't 100%, there's some things with it I don't like, but it's these like personality tests. There's probably some flaws with them, but I think combining it with other things, it's kind of helpful. So there's a few different ones. There's the Myers-Briggs and the Big Five. I think personally, I prefer the Big Five over Myers-Briggs because it gives you a bit more to work with and it's less labely. And I'm about to talk about Myers-Briggs because this is where I found this interesting little tidbit. And Myers-Briggs is cool, but one thing I don't like about Myers-Briggs is that if you start looking at subreddits of people that like will group themselves with, because they have types, so you have this personality type and then this personality type, and it's a bit, I don't really like the labeling of it. I think it kind of ruins it, but that's sort of their thing. And yeah, some people, they do get a bit too, they kind of play a character too much. So that there's definitely a way not to treat it. But I think if you're kind of critical of it and you take and you pick and choose things that are sensible, I think it's an interesting thing to try to experiment with, because I've done a few at certain points in time, and reading the inside of it is so interesting. And one thing I was reading about the type, because I always get the same type, and I was reading up like the description of the type I got, and it has like, what is the key strategy of this type of person? And for me, it said that thing that you mentioned, constant improvement, iterative improvement. I think that was the word. And I'm like, oh wow, that really is me. Because you could probably even see it with the game prototype. If you go back to the very first prototype of this game I put out versus the footage you see now in my videos, that wasn't magic, that wasn't wizardry, that was just iterative improvement. So that's, yeah, I like that idea. Just small iterative changes, and then over the long term it like compounds. You know what I mean? Oh, here, we're talking more about this Cascader tool. Jory says, it's amazing if you want realistic animations, because the AI tries to replicate physics. Well, yeah, but that's not what I want. I don't want realistic animations. I want artistic animations, which is, you can't fake that. So, I mean, hell, it's probably cool if you're doing, yeah, like I said, it's probably great if you're doing like God of War Ragnarok or some Sony game, but that's not me. I'm not doing that. Sozu says, let me guess, INTJ. Or, well, I'm going to leave you hanging there. I won't tell you. No, you could probably guess. That might be correct. But yeah, no, it's okay. But I prefer the Big Five tests personally, because they're a bit more insightful. Because they don't put you in a box. They rather instead, the difference with the Myers-Briggs and the Big Five is that the Myers-Briggs just kind of gives you a label, but the Big Five, it measures you on a scale, a 5-dimensional scale. So it doesn't put you in a box, but it says, here's how much on a spectrum of 5 things, this is where you sit percentile-wise. And I find that's a bit more, I like that idea more. It seems a bit more sensible to me. But I'm not a psychologist, so I couldn't tell you why, but just intuitively it seems more sensible to me. So yeah, looking at those scales is cool too. Because then I look at, I sort of compare on different tests, like what results they get. And for the big 5, I think it's something like, what do I usually get? It's the results are usually pretty consistent for me. I always get like 90th percentile, like conscientious, 90th percentile openness, like lowest percentile agreeableness, and like middle introvert. I think it kind of changes depending on whether I've made a video. And I forgot what the other one is. There's some other axes. For what I'm trying to remember. Openness. The acronym spells out ocean. Openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. That's right. And then neuroticism, I'm like pretty high as well. So when you look at that, and it's not to try and, because you know sometimes the tests aren't accurate, but if you get told that and your instant thought is, oh wow, that is literally me, it probably is. And I find that it's helped me make decisions a lot easier because I have a reasonable articulated way to know if I have an option, if I have a decision to make, I kind of know what I would tolerate. Like if I have to choose between doing something 2 ways, like making a game, there's a lot of ways to make a game. Some ways will do better for people that maybe are a bit more agreeable and a bit less neurotic or a bit more whatever. And then some methods will work from people that have sort of my combination of things. So I don't know, it's not to say that you should like 100% base yourself on the results you get, but because I know there are people that do that, but it's more like using it as a tool to self-analyze. I find it's quite valuable to me. All right, actually, this is actually coming out all right. This run, this is actually not terrible. Quote the guy who made it. Except I want to get rid of this automatic interpolation. There we go. And there's 1 pose left. This is basically just their finished animation at this point, because the reference I have literally only has 4 poses. So it's like, well, we might as well just do all of the poses at this point. So there's 1 pose left, and that's the launching up. This comes back, and this starts shooting up. That's the last one on this run. Sozu says the best thing you can do with Myers-Briggs to learn how to communicate more effectively with other types. Yeah, I suppose that would help. Everyone's spam your MB personality type. Do you think you'd ever plan to make Gabi's model into a VTuber model? I don't know. I don't know the VTuber scene, but maybe. The only thing I wouldn't know how to do is because someone has to play Gabi, and I don't know. I have no circle, so it's like, well, I don't think I would fit the role being a 20-something man playing Gabi. I don't think that'd work. Something tells me it won't work, but I don't know. But that'd be something. Because I know a lot of indies will complain of like, oh, I gotta get influencers to play my game. But here's what you do. You become the influencer. So that's imagine if I just get Gabi. That's gonna be my operation. I just make Gabi an influencer, and then she markets the game. Then I don't have to send an email to PewDiePie. Problem solved. I don't have to get rejected by PewDiePie. I just became... The influencers didn't want me, so I became the influencer. That'd be funny. Be a lot of work, though. I don't know how I'd do it. But I guess with this model, I guess that's a big part of that problem solved, is having the model. But there's more to it than just having a good model, surely. Surely there's more to it than that. There always is. But yeah, the thought has crossed my mind. I won't lie, it has crossed my mind, but I just don't really... Because you know when someone does something to capitalize on a trend and they don't actually genuinely get it? Like when brands try and get in on memes. You know, like when I'm trying to remember remember a time where this happened. When brands started saying "Okay, boomer," and it was just kind of embarrassing. So that's the thing I'm always careful with, is that if I'm going to do something, I can't just go into it thinking like, oh, well, other people do this, and for that one reason, I will do it. No, for me, I have to really understand it for me to... Because I think if I don't, it's going to look bad, you know? Like, people can... They can tell. It's like, oh, this guy doesn't really... Like, if I try doing... Let's say... We'll use VTubing as an example. If I was to do it, I would probably have to spend a lot of time watching VTubers and getting into it and actually getting it, because I don't really get it yet. But if I had if time allowed it, I could picture myself kind of learning and like willingly learning and like getting into it, but I'm not there yet. But if I did it and I looked into it and I still didn't quite feel it, and it was like, oh, I've like spent a whole week researching VTubers and I still don't, like, if it comes to the stage where it's like that and I still don't get it, but I know that it's like trendy or whatever, I feel like that'll come through. Like, you can kind of tell that, oh, this person doesn't really know, like, they don't get it. They don't get the appeal. So, you know what I'm talking, you know what I mean. It's like that vibe. It's that kind of like that, yeah, it's sort of like the Silence brand type vibe. So that's one thing everything I, like with YouTube videos, I feel very natural doing that. So I like doing that. It's just, you know, I get it. I get the appeal. But for other things, I try not to do things I don't get the appeal of. But I don't know, VTubing, I don't really get it at the moment. But I think if I looked at it more, I could probably understand what the deal is with it. Yeah, you don't want the howdy fellow kids energy, precisely. You don't want that. You need to get on a Frosted Flakes box, then you've made it. Yeah. Oh my god. On my Discord for the members, we were talking about American cereal, and my god, some of the things you guys in the States have is so scary. It is really terrifying. I just want you to know that. Sorry to hurt your feelings, my fellow Los Angelans out there, but you guys got a problem. You need to tone it down with the sugary cereal, okay? There's you know what I saw? I saw Oreo cereal. It's literally just Oreos, and I'm just like, bro, what is it's over. I remember we got onto that discussion on the Discord because the stream I had done earlier that day, a few weeks ago, I was making a lot of references to Nutri-Grain, and it didn't occur to me until someone in my Discord told me that American Nutri-Grain is completely different to Australian Nutri-Grain. So I felt kind of embarrassed because everything I was saying was probably going over everyone's head. But for those who don't know, in Australia, Nutri-Grain is not a breakfast bar. In Australia, it's a cereal, and the way they market it is like sports food. So this is probably going to sound kind of weird if you're not Australian. This is probably going to sound crazy. They've kind of toned it down a little, but back in the late 90s, early 2000s, the ads for Nutri-Grain were so over the top, and it was glorious. You had like big, muscly, buff dudes like chugging it down, you know, doing footy and like swimming, doing their triathlons, doing marathons, and they're all eating Nutri-Grain, and it's like got the most. It's got the COD zombie scream. Not kidding. It's the actual audio sample of the COD zombies sound effect. They use it in every commercial, and that's what Nutri-Grain is in Australia. It's the Screaming Man cereal. And then I was talking about that, And everyone's like, what the hell? Ray, what are you talking about? And then I looked up American Nutrigrain, and it was this, this little, look at the little breakfast bar. And it's the logo is different, the branding is different, the packaging is different, and it isn't even cereal, it's a breakfast bar with like fruit in it or something. And I'm just like, what on earth? What is going on? Like, that's crazy. So that was my monthly intake of acute culture shock, learning about that. Does anyone in chat actually eat cereal? That's a good question, Mongo. I eat dry cereal on occasion as a snack, but I don't like wet cereal personally. I don't like when it gets soggy. Yeah, see, Joshua, this is insane. He says Nutrigrain ads in the US are just smiling hikers. See, that is so different. That is so different. Oh, do I want to look up? I have to show you. I can't play the audio because I don't have my desktop audio plugged in. Nutrigrain commercial 1997. Oh, this is American. Nah, you see, yeah, this is so weird because this, yeah, here we go. This is the Australian Nutrigrain. Look at, this goes so hard, guys. Look at this. This is what I mean. The guy's got like the Master Chief HUD and everything. And it has this voiceover that's very serious. And it's like, fuel the machine, Kellogg's Nutrigrain. And, you know, look at this dude. Yeah, here we go. It's the fuel, Kellogg's Nutrigrain. 10% oats, and what else do they have? Calcium, and whatever else it is. And then he does, then he does the scream. It's not about what you get out, it's what you put in. And that's Australian Nutrigrain, for those who don't know. So yeah, sorry to put that on you. I know that it can be kind of shocking. It's a bit culture shock, you know what I mean? But that's how it would be over here. Because every Australian, as we all know, we're all super fit and healthy, and we all are. That's literally like the Mad Max universe, isn't it? Yeah. So that's pretty accurate. You know, every morning when I wake up, I run away from, I parkour over junkyards and swim to my cereal bowl like everyone else, because, you know, it's Iron Man food. Because yeah, I remember saying on stream that we're gonna feed Gabi a steady diet of Nutrigrain Iron Man food, and no one knew what I was talking about, because you guys know the smiling hikers, and I'm like, what do you mean you don't know what Iron Man food is? And it's like, it's Nutrigrain, my guy, that's what it is. So, but man, it goes so hard. That commercial goes so hard. And then, yeah, they have ones from a bit later on where it's like, they have like a guy who's like a pro footy player, and it's just like, he's like about to kick his big goal, and then the time goes back is like where it all began, and he's like a 12-year-old kid eating Nutrigrain, and he's doing push-ups and everything. And you're like, you have to put in the hard yards and that type of stuff. And then he kicks a goal, and then when he kicks the goal, he makes the Mortal Kombat scream sound, yeah, when he kicks his goal, and it's so funny. I love it. It's so over the top. So anyway, yeah, they have toned it down a bit lately, though. I think, I don't know, maybe they have. I feel like if they hadn't toned it down, I would still pay attention to the current ads for Nutrigrain, but I don't see them as often now. Whoa, hold on, let me get rid of these, and let's copy this, yeah, and paste it and flip it. I think the run animation is done, guys. Hold on. This actually came out better than I was expecting it. Hold up. Look at this. Hey. I think I can see a bit of stiffness, but I love the arms. Yeah, the torso does. The torso is a little, and the center of gravity from the front. Okay, I'm seeing more problems the more I look at this now. But the arms and legs from the side, I like. Those look good. But the back, I need to work more on the back. But hey, there we go. Thank you, Sozu. I should try and pull a sponsorship deal with Kellogg's. Oh man, maybe. I feel like, or no, I don't want to give away all my ideas. Gabi food, Iron Cat food. Okay, this does. Oh, okay. Let's actually. You know what? We should move on to another one because I'm probably going to get a bit too fixated on this. I know myself. I know that I'm going to get a bit too into this animation and spend the next 4 hours straight on the hand. So we're gonna move on. We're gonna quit while we're ahead on this one and save it. We'll move on to another one, and we'll come back to it later. We got to move on to the next task on the hot plate here. So I put a 1 for pass 1. Grind jump. Oh, this is a new one. We haven't done this. We got to start from scratch on this one. So let me clear out the timeline. Save. So grind jump. What do I forgot to do something. I forgot to look up more reference for grind jumps because I don't really know exactly how I want her to jump. But I do know how I want the slide jump, so we'll do that first because I don't really know what I want yet for the grind. Oh, thanks so much, Timothy, for the 10 bucks. Thank you so much, my guy. That's 4 times in a row now. Thank you. Timothy, you're a real one. So, I think over the last, this is your 5th super, so that's 50 Canadian bucks. So I can buy lots of Nutrigrain now and become like Sporticus and be really strong. So thank you. When do we get Gabi on a box of Nutri? What? Oh, you know what that hold on a sec. Someone, I want to like shout out, because I know I haven't, since the Discord, I took the Discord off. I know people have been not sure where to put fan art. And I remember there's some people on the subreddit who have been still posting stuff there. And there was this one guy that did this fan art of like a Gabi cereal that was so cool. I want to show it. This guy's freaking awesome. I'm pretty sure I saved it on my hard drive. I'm going to try and track it down. And there's someone else did fan art recently that I also want to give a shout out to. So we'll do that before I move on to the next animation before I forget. But yeah, someone did have a Gabi cereal fan art. Oh, it's in one of my folders. It's so freaking cool. It was a while ago though, so I just gotta dig through my old folders. Whenever I see fan art submitted, I always try and save it when I remember, so I can put it in the videos. So I've got them sorted. Actually, I can show you this folder. There's nothing sensitive in here. Oh, here it is. Actually, I clicked on the exact right folder. So I've tried to organize them by month. But yeah, look at this. This is so cool. So this was Ventus the Floof on Instagram, I think. But look, they even wrote extra iron. See, they knew. They predicted that we would get an Iron Man food Nutrigrain deal. But look at this. This is so cool. Gabi's cereal box should be an Easter egg in the game. It should. Yeah, it is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. They even got the background, because that's the same kind of background I use in my promo art, and they actually remade it from scratch themselves in the same style, which is so cool. And then the little cogs. Yeah, there's so much effort. I love this sort of stuff. It's freaking awesome. And they even got the colors. Gabi's gear loops. The most perfect breakfast. My god, I gotta make this a real thing someday. That's how we fund the game, guys. Not with Screen Australia, but with gear loops. We're gonna manufacture gear loops, and we'll make $1 million. That's how we're gonna do it. And there was another bit of fan art as well. Yeah, so, it's in WebP format, so I gotta open this in my web browser. But I was doing I remember on stream, this was a few weeks ago, on stream I did a before and after of her new model in Engine. Someone drew it. Oh, I'm trying to remember who it was. It's on Reddit. Someone on the subreddit posted this. Let me find their name. I can't show it and not show their name. r/Project Feline. Kurzid. Thanks so much for this artwork. It's so cool. Look at it. Look at old Gabi there. It's so funny. I love it. Look at the amount of passion coming out of her eyes. It is so adorable. Thanks, Kurzid, for this masterpiece. So yeah, hop on Reddit, guys, and give that some upvotes, okay? It should just be on the front page. It's so cool. You guys are so cool for making stuff like this. For real, for real. Real talk. Real talk. Because I know this takes effort. I know that this is a simple style, but this takes effort, okay? I know, because I draw. I know this stuff takes effort. So I really do appreciate it. It's really cool. Alright. I'm trying to find, because I've got my multi-chat window sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. So I've got my Twitch and YouTube both going. New Reddit banner? Do I have a new Reddit banner? I should make a new Reddit banner. I gotta, you know what? I gotta redo the entire Reddit look. I don't think the banner's new. This has been here for a while, but I don't like it. And I want to redo it when I finish the model and have our actual model on this with a cool pose and with an even cooler background. But we're gonna do a makeover a bit later. Once the model's done and everything, I'm gonna make over the channel, the Reddit, the Steam page, everything. It's gonna all get rebranded to look better. Because it's okay. But it could be better, so. And branding's important. Very important. Gabi has that 1,000-yard stare. She's like a Pokemon. Yeah. Discord when? Oh, look. We've been through this, okay? I'm just a bit busy. But I'll see about moving it up the priority list, because I know you guys really want to have the Discord back, the public Discord. I have to decide on how I want to run it. It's a big responsibility running a Discord. I think a lot of people don't realize it is a big responsibility running a Discord. That's one of the reasons I closed it off just for announcements. Because, you know, you hear some horror stories on Discord, you hear some unsavory things, and it's like, oh man, how do you keep the community safe? It's a big responsibility. But I'll see if I can move that up the priority list. See if I can get something going on with it. I just have to make some decisions. But yeah, if I do bring it up, if I do bring it back, I'm probably not going to be on there a lot, just because I think it's got like 3,000 people still there, which is a lot of people. So I probably won't be able to like be always on, because I'm just busy. And I have seen. One of the reasons as well is that there was some other YouTuber devs I met through Discord who also had their own thing going on, and there was some things that what's the word I'm trying to? There's like a thing where they were kind of on it too much and they weren't really making any progress, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to get distracted like that, so I'm just gonna withdraw. But I know that for you guys, it's different. You guys, I have a different relationship with the Discord than you guys do, and I understand that now. But for me, I have to keep it. I have to moderate myself. I can't go on there too much, you know. Got a job to do. All right. So anyway, speaking of a job to do, slide jump. So here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go back to the slide pose we were doing yesterday, and we're gonna make a jump. Oh yeah, there's 2 slides now. We'll start from this one. I'll rename this to slide 1. I'll make a copy, and we'll call this slide jump. Because we're gonna start from this pose, and we're gonna have to do a backflip. Actually, you know what? I should just make a backflip on its own, and we'll use that in this, because this has to transition from this to a backflip, and I want to use a backflip in a few other places. So I think the smarter thing to do might just be to create a new animation. I do have a forward flip one, so I might copy this and use this as a starting point and make a backflip action in the action editor. Call this backflip. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Ray, you're just gonna spin it backwards. No. A real backflip, the form doesn't look like this for a backflip. This is a forward flip. This is the forward flip I had going. But a backflip, you don't just reverse it. It's not going to look like a backflip. Because I've been studying backflips, okay? I've been watching Sporticus do his backflips, and his form is not like this. It's a bit different. So I'm going to try and do something similar. It's the legs. There's something with the legs that's different, and the arms. So I'm gonna have to dig up some more reference before I go full on. So I need to get a pose going. So let me look up backflips, because there's different types, different forms. I've noticed Sporticus, when he does backflips, he keeps his legs straight. So yeah, we're gonna go. I'm not gonna go into a huge segment on Lazy Town today, but we're just gonna look at, because remember, the reason I started looking at Lazy Town was for animation reference. So I'm gonna look at his backflips. These are, give it a second. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's. Oh, interesting. Well, this one, let's see what he does. Because I've seen other ones where he tucks in more. But this one, he doesn't really tuck at all. He kind of keeps his body quite straight. And then this one, he does... Oh, actually, this might be a cool move. Let's go back. I love that I can scrub through like this. It looks so cool backwards, but anyway. So I could do something like this, where... So, here's what I'm doing, right? So the slide jump... Actually, let's open up the game. We haven't looked at the engine in a while. Let me show you where this is going to play in game. It'll make sense. I want to show you where I want to put this animation. Just give it a minute to open. Hell yeah, see BB's footage. I don't know. I'm assuming that's some British television thing. Just making sure Twitch chat's still working. Sometimes it stops. Looks like a backward jump. Oh yeah, it kind of does look a bit like a backward jump on Mario. It's like upside down Mario. I also just love how it's like when you have your legs in a square shape like this, people just assume Mario straight away. Okay, let's see. He does more flips in this one. Oh yeah, this was the routine I was talking about yesterday with his push-ups. He always does those push-ups. I want to see if he does more backflips. So while the project's opening, he does, wow, in this video he's doing a lot of these. You can actually tell that they cut it here. You can tell this is a different take because his legs are in a different pose. Oh, okay, editor's open. I'm just trying to find the best. Oh yeah, you see how this one's a little different now. See how he's tucked in like this? So I'm thinking making one of those would be a good idea. Where it's like her knees are apart, legs bent, hands on shoulders, I think the back is kind of straight. Back's pretty straight. I think that will give you more spin. I notice he tends to do this pose when he's doing a double backflip. Whereas this is different to the one he did here. Well, his body's a bit straighter. See a difference? Now, I'm sure there's probably a lot of reasons. There's a lot of gymnasts behind, there's a lot of, aerobics knowledge. I'm not a gymnast, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm just observing. I'm just paying attention to what's going on in the frames and trying to make guesses on what is going on. So it looks to me like the more flat, the less tucked you are, the less spin. And I've just noticed this pattern where every time he does a lot of backflips in succession, he tucks himself even more. But it's different to a forward flip. Because the forward flips that I've seen, the ones I put on Gabi anyway, her knees are even more bent, they're really close together, and her arms are kind of hugging her shoulders in my one. Whereas the backflip tends to, because I was looking up other parkour footage as well, and noticed that when they do backflips, they spread out more. Like, their knees are spread out more. I don't know why, but there's probably a reason why. So I want to keep that in mind. So I'll keep these frames open. But I'll show you where I want to put this animation, because it'll make sense in context. So this animation, I want to put it... Let's get somewhere nice and visible. This is going to be the animation for when you're sliding and you perform a jump. At the moment, I don't have anything that cool. In some of the older builds of Project Feline, I have her doing a backflip, but it's a really bad backflip when she does the slide jump like this. It's not really good. So I want to do like a good backflip from a slide. Or, actually, now that I think about it, it might actually not look so good. I'm just imagining. I'm using... Let's go to capsule mode, so I'm not distracted by the model that's on screen here. So just pretend new Gabi is there. No, actually, I don't think a backflip would work. Now that I'm looking at it in context, I think a corkscrew flip, like I was trying to do before, would actually look better. Which Sporticus also does, so we can probably in the same clip we can find reference of that as well. But I did want to use a backflip somewhere. I don't know, maybe we'll just make the pose for it, because we might use it anyway. But I think when I'm using my imagination to imagine Gabi, when I do the slide jump, I'm picturing like a backspin, I think. I don't know the names of these moves, but it's like a flip and she's spinning. That's what I'm picturing in my head when I do this. I think that would look cool. So maybe we'll do something like that instead for the slide jump. Because, I mean, that would look so cool, wouldn't it? Like, imagine gracefully sliding and then half spin flip, half spin flip. Maybe we could alternate between different ones. Alright, well, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, so we'll start with one. And then maybe if I get time, I can add a second... maybe another one to alternate with. So sometimes you'll do like a spin and sometimes something else. But yeah, I feel like a backflip momentum-wise would feel off. Because then she's going to have... It would work because in an older build of Project Feline, she would do a backflip with like a stock animation I made. But the actual slide jump behaved differently there too. Because in the older builds... when you did a slide jump, she would actually lose momentum and go up more. But I got rid of that because I didn't like it. It felt... I changed it so that it's just a normal jump. So that when you slide jump, because you build a lot of momentum when you slide, so now when you slide jump, it actually maintains all your forward momentum. And you jump at a normal height. Maybe I'll make it so that you go a little higher, slightly. But I don't want it to go, like, up. That didn't feel... I don't like... When I play this version versus the old builds, I don't like the old one. Because this slide jump is basically the best way to get the most possible forward momentum from a jump. So I don't want to take any momentum off by tapering the speed like I used to do. Alright, I think I played around. I think I know what I want. I felt around a bit. But we might make up... We'll put in a backflip in the... Because this will take no time. I just need to make a pose. We'll just make one up, and we might find a place for it. I can probably think of some places to put this in. So we'll just get this pose going, and then I just have to spin the center of gravity boom. CBeebies is also in Australia? Oh, well... I guess I learned something today. Alright, so this is... You see how the forward flip is very different posture? So we're going to change this up. We're going to start from this as a base, but we're going to make some changes. So I'll get symmetry on. Symmetry, hello. There we go. Oh. Giovanni says it's rotation physics. The inertia makes the spin faster when mass is condensed. Yeah. I was feeling something. I don't know the terminology, but that's sort of the vibe I was getting. So I'm just going to do my best. It's at a weird camera angle because Sporticus is sideways, but I'm going to do my best to get this pose. Luckily, this one is very symmetrical, so that'll be cool. I can just use symmetry. Centrifugal force, yeah, what he said. How do you turn on and off symmetry? With this little button up here. This little guy. Can I? It's not letting me zoom in. Where's my zoom tool? There we go. See this little fella? That's symmetry. There we go. It's my little magic button. That's my industry secret, guys. Don't tell anyone. That's my little secret. The symmetry, the symmetry button. You don't have to sign an NDA for that information. Mongo Bongo says, I'll have you know that your Lazy Town talk made me watch Let's Make a Cake and You Were a Pirate last night. You felt your brain cells dying? Well, you're obviously not a real fan then. I'm sorry. I gained brain cells, okay? My brain cells went full. They went supercharged. They went electric. But yeah, I'd be lying if I did say I might have watched another episode last night of Lazy Town, because they have them all on YouTube. So it's like, hell yeah, I don't need to pay for another streaming service. Hell yeah. So I went and watched, it was this episode where Robbie Rotten steals Sporticus's shoes and replaces them with remote control shoes. And he's meant to, Sporticus is meant to do this. It's like some spectacular day. And the gimmick is that he has to get up in front of the whole town and do a trick. But because Robbie Rotten has replaced his shoes, he can't do the trick, and he keeps slipping and falling. And then the gadget dude says, something ain't right here. And then they get to the bottom of the plot and find that Robbie Rotten replaced his shoes. But it's just so good. You know what I'm saying? It's quality, passionate. Like, the guys, they cared about that show. You can just feel it in the effort that went into it, and I love that so much. But anyway, I'm gonna reserve myself a bit today. I don't want to go into a full 2-hour TED talk on Lazy Town this particular day. But yeah, Robbie Rotten, man, he's cool. He's goofy, but I love that about him, because you can tell the guy playing him really was into that. Like, he's 100% in it, you know? You can tell when an actor is really in it and when they're not. And Robbie Rotten, Stefan Carlson, what's his name? Stefan Carl Stephenson. You can tell he's really enjoying, he's in the character, he's enjoying every moment of it. And I love watching that. But yeah, he's also, I love how campy he plays it too. It's so funny. Every time he's on screen, I just laugh. It's just so good. Mr. Backtrust says he never watched it, but you can yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. You can just tell. You know the budget per episode was $1 million? Isn't that crazy? It cost $1 million to make one episode. Not a season, an episode of Lazy Town. So you can tell they really cared. If they were, because, you know, how many other kids shows do you know that have a budget of $1 million per episode? How many do you know that are that bothered to do that? I can't name one. How many episodes? Oh, quite a lot. Lazy Town episodes. Because it went on, it had 2 series, I think. Or 4 seasons. How many episodes? I am very curious. Season 1 had the most. I'm trying to find the total. Let's do some quick maths, okay? I've got the... Okay, season 1 was 34. Season 2 was 18. Season 3 was 13, season 4 was 13. So it's 79 episodes. So that would have been $79 million. Wow. Wow. So yeah, 79 episodes. And then I think they also made a spin-off series after that. But for the main series, 79. And that, yeah, wow, that's pretty cool. I'm just trying to fix up her torso. Her torso looks too bent. Comic Hiroshi says the Disney TVA series Our House comes to mind of a several $1 million episode. Well, is that an animated show? Because if it is, I can kind of see that. If it's like an animated show and it isn't like flash animations, it's like actual animation, then yeah, I could probably see that. Hey, Almezi found the Twitch emotes. Hell yeah, you got it. If you're watching on Twitch, by the way, I've got because I'm simulcasting now, and we have points set up on the Twitch chat. So if you watch long enough hours on Twitch, you get to redeem points to make me do things. And Hiroshi says yes, but LazyTown is peak in all capitals children's media. Well, yeah. See, that's what I respect. That's what I've been saying, is that it is peak media, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. Oh, Almezi found the points. Yeah, it's the exact same points I had. Because for those who don't know, I think it was over a year ago now, I was streaming on Twitch. Some of you might not even know that I was streaming on Twitch back then, actually, because it was a lot smaller of a viewership. Because for whatever reason, I thought that people watching the channel would not care about live content that much. So I had everything on Twitch for a bit, and then I moved to YouTube again, and now I'm doing both. Because you're allowed to do that now. And yeah, so the Twitch stuff, there was some stuff I missed from Twitch that we now have again, like the points, the bits, whatever else Twitch has. I don't remember the other features, but it'll come to me, I'm sure it will. But yeah, I figured now that I'm allowed to do that, hell yeah. So that way I show up on the game dev category. So, can't hurt. That's what I reckon. Kuz says, I feel spoiled with 2 streams a week and possibly a third. Yeah, I'm gonna do one tomorrow as well, but I might have to cut it a bit short tomorrow because I gotta be somewhere in the afternoon, which I didn't factor in. So I might have to, I'll still be on, but maybe not for as long. I might have to go early. But yeah, I'm gonna see how long I can keep this up. Because yeah, like I said earlier, I just wanna put out more stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like if you go long enough, maybe some of you in chat that have created creative type people, you'll know what I mean. If you go too long without putting things out, things start happening to you. Things start happening. Things not so good things start happening to you, and I've kind of suffered silently with that stuff, and I'm a little over it. So I'm trying to say more things, to put out more. That also means videos, and I like I said earlier, I am working on that. It just takes a bit of time, but yeah, I did know, because yeah, I was looking through all the footage, like, because I mentioned earlier, I was going through and recataloguing everything and organizing my footage, and yeah, going back and watching my first videos has been an experience. I didn't realize how easy those were compared to the videos I now make, because for reference, my first devlog took less than a week. I think the final cut, because I made 2 versions, and I scrapped one of them, but even that, all of that took under a week, but the second cut took 3 days. And my last video took 2 months. Just give you an idea on the difference in quality. And I mean, yeah, sure, my newer ones I think are way better in terms of a viewing experience, but I do not like how I think I had something right when I was starting my channel with the consistency. I think I was onto something right, and I didn't realize it. And I was like, oh no, I have to spend 6 months on every episode so that it's perfect. And that worked, but it worked in a way, it came at the cost of something else that I realized. Because that's the other thing too, is that when I started putting in more effort into each of my videos, they would take longer, and the videos would actually do well. Like, you know, you guys look at my channel, my latest 2 videos for the devlogs are they both broke records for my channel, like with viewership for the amount of time they've been around. I'm not saying they're the most viewed ones, but in terms of how long since they were uploaded, no video I have has got that many in that time. So it's like, oh cool, this is working, but I feel like I got something wrong. I feel like I went too far, and it's like, oh, but I only come out with one of these like twice a year, and I didn't like that. I felt like I was sabotaging myself when I kind of took. I think I came to this realization when I like took a short 3-day break, like I took a little drive down the coast with a few buddies. So that was like my first vacation in like 5 years, and then I kind of had this moment. So that's why I'm trying to do more streams. I'm trying to organize my footage so that I can make devlogs more quickly and more often. Because I don't know, there's a weird line, because I don't want to. It's not to say I want to rush out stuff for the sake of it. It's not that either. But there's a balance between those two things, and I feel like I've gotten the balance wrong. It's been going too far into, into the one of those. I don't know the name. I don't know a single word to describe it, but you know what I mean. Too far into everything being meticulously done, which is not bad, but there's a balance, and I'm starting to get a grip on that now. Reminder to hydrate. Oh, thank you. I will. And yes, I'm control saving too. Elmetzi says, I miss when you were on Twitch. Well, miss no more. I am back. So. No, I'm not. No, I think I'm at it. Oh no, I still have some coffee left. So I've got my water bottle and my coffee. Okay, so I'm balanced. I'm not fully healthy, but I'm not fully unhealthy. I'm in the middle. Okay, but okay. What do we? I need to add the center of gravity spin to see how. Because if I don't see this in motion, it's not going to make sense. So let's take this little bone, and go like that. Not terrible. But the feet are not symmetrical. I think the knees could come out wider. But this is okay. I wasn't sure how that would come out, but that's actually not bad. I think the knees do we need a bit more of a spread. They gotta come out a bit more. And maybe, yeah, and then what's going on with the feet here? I think the feet are kind of, maybe do like that. And why this foot is at a different angle for some reason? Oh no, wait, go back. It's this bone. No, yes. Oh, because yeah, the feet are rotated different. What is going on? I have symmetry on, but the feet are different. Oh, okay, there we go. It's this guy. Got it. Okay. Coffee and water. Yeah, I know. It's okay. I'm being responsible. All right. I can mediate my water and my coffee. All right. Okay. I'm on top of it. Tail should bend the other way. It would look worse, I think, because you got to remember the tail has bones in it. It isn't. One thing you can see this with the old model, is that I treat the tail too much like an extremity, like something that doesn't have its own movement to it. So you don't necessarily want it following through like a piece of cloth, and she can't actually bend it backwards that much because the anatomy is a bit more realistic where it follows her spine. So if I tried to bend it the other way, it'd look like this, which it kind of throws off the gravity now. So I feel like what she would do is just keep it tucked between her legs, because that, it just, I don't know, you can just sort of see it, right? The center of gravity is still a little off. I gotta like move the pivot a little, but the spin, just the shape of it, yeah, because I was tempted to have it bend backwards, but we've tried doing that on a few others and it just doesn't look, it just looks kind of weird. Unless we really coiled it up, but that would be kind of uncomfortable, I think. Because yeah, it's a tough call though. Because yeah, a lot of the reference I'm looking at, they don't have tails, so we gotta like make up our own rule. I think it should probably be tucked in more, like this. Maybe that's a bit too much. Because she's gonna use this as like a counterweight, I mean, I guess that a real cat would do that, right? I mean, not do backflips, but a real cat would, because they do use their tail as a counterweight, right? Look, I'm allergic to cats, so I don't spend a lot of time around cats, but it seems like they would. Like if I had to bet, I would say they probably would. Maybe an S-curve, maybe. We'll see. I just kind of want to get the body, and I'm pretty happy with the body, but the hands I gotta move a little. And the finger, yeah, I actually didn't realize I haven't adjusted the fingers yet, because the fingers, we gotta have her like gripping her knees. So let me like clear the rotation and scale on these guys. We'll like make it so that she's like gripping her knee. Thanks, Giovanni, for sticking around. Am I a self-taught animator? Yes, I am. I think I mentioned yesterday, we were talking about education and courses yesterday, because I've taught animation, and I did technically do like a course that had animation units, but it isn't. Let's just say the stuff I'm doing here is not the kind of thing you'd learn in one of these courses. With the stuff I remember being, it was just they put, you know that YouTube video of like the 12 principles of animation? That was their course material. And that's not really course material. It's a YouTube video. So that's my experience with courses. So everything I actually had to learn, I basically did myself, because like my teacher was not going to teach me. So yeah, that was a big waste of time. I wish I hadn't done that. But yeah, I then taught myself to do this sort of stuff by just practicing a lot. And yeah, then I taught it for a bit. But yeah, I've definitely, I wish I could teach this type of stuff. Well, maybe not, because I have work to do. But if I wasn't doing Feline, like maybe when I'm old, it'd be cool to be able to teach this level. Because yeah, the course I was teaching, it was very beginner. Like you wouldn't do anything close to this. Like you'd be doing like mobile characters, like nothing close to this type stuff. You wouldn't be doing fingers and whatever. You'd keep it very basic. So that's yeah. How do I pronounce? Nebulicity says there are a few videos of cats rolling around like that, and they tend to tuck their tail in. Oh, cool. Have I animated in Maya? Oh, a long time ago. You don't know if animation in Maya or Blender is better. I honestly do not think it matters. I think, for me, I could probably do this in Maya if I was familiar with Maya. I think my main factor is price, because Maya costs money and Blender doesn't, so it's a no-brainer for me. I'm just going to do what doesn't cost me money. Because, you know, I don't have that Screen Australia grant, you know what I'm saying? So I just picked the cheap stuff, and I can do everything. I didn't use Maya that much, so there's more stuff in there that I could take advantage of or whatever. But for my purposes, Blender has been it's got way more than I need, so I've been pretty happy with it. But yeah, that was, God, 10 years ago when I first picked up Maya, and I haven't touched it in 5 years. So it's been a while. Thanks, Caleb. Sticking around. Jared says, you think Blender and Maya is Blender is easier personally. I mean, yeah, I guess it really does depend. I know that Maya tends to be the go-to choice for people wanting to get jobs in animation because they don't use Blender for some reason. That's one thing I don't get. Well, maybe I'm talking out of my element here, but if I was running a business, I would choose free software because you have to, if you're running a business, you're going to have way more expenses than, like if you have a studio, you're going to have way more expenses than someone like me. So I don't know why you deliberately choose, unless there's something Maya has that you really need. I don't know why you would choose to, that's adding to the burn rate. And I don't know, there's probably a reason for it. It's probably a reason. And yeah, those guys, if they have all the positions you want and they all use Maya, then yeah, you'd probably want to pick Maya. But if you're not that, if you're just doing stuff like me, you just pick what you like. And I like Blender because it's cheap. And by cheap, I mean free, which is the cheapest there is. And it isn't a bad cheap, it's a good cheap because it does everything I need. It isn't like one of these bad, I've not really heard of any free software that's bad, but I also haven't heard a lot of free software, so. Okay, I think the legs, maybe I've got a little too, we gotta bring them in a little. I might have gone a little too far. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Jared. If they have like custom workflows, yeah, that makes sense. All right, I'm gonna, what do I want to do? I think I'm gonna try and move all this so that the center of gravity is like pivoting a little nicer. So I gotta take her hands and her feet. And this foot has gone asymmetrical again on me. Why? Why you do this? Why you do this? There we go. Now it's symmetrical. Is it? Okay, that looks symmetrical. But I gotta take her hips, her hands, and her feet, and we're gonna move them around where this pivot is. Because you can, there's just something, she looks, I gotta move her so that when she spins, the center of mass kind of looks right. This looks a bit better. Actually, let me look at Sporticus again. Actually, I'm gonna try, I don't know how well this will look, but I'm gonna try moving it here. Okay, this looks not good. Let's go back. Actually, this looks okay. And if I select this and speed it up, if I do this, so that's really fast backflip. Yeah, that looks okay. Yeah. But actually, I might leave it there for this one, for this pose. That's good. We'll move on to, well, that's one I didn't have on my list, but we'll add it. Now, slide jump. Let's get on this. So I want to do like a spin flip for the slide jump, which I could kind of picture using a spin jump in a few places. Well, I don't know what it's called. I'm just trying to remember the name of the move. And I'm going to try and find some more reference for it too. I think this clip, it might actually have what I want in it. This sort of move. Yeah. But except I can't see his whole body. But this I know what the legs are doing. I can fill in the blanks. The upper body is the important bit here. So this, he's got his arms like that, and his legs straight. Because who for those here last week, we were looking at I think it was like a child doing this on a trampoline, and their form was very different. And that's what I'm kind of, and when we were looking at the parkour reference, like street people doing parkour over benches or whatever, this is the sort of thing I mean with like form. There's like a strictness to how Sporticus and how gymnasts move. In fact, there's someone else we should look up as well that I was also looking at. Simone Biles routine. I need to look at some movement. So this, some of you might know who this is. I only learnt about her last week, but this is supposedly the highest ranking gymnast in the world. So that should give us a pretty good reference. Oh, we got a raid? Whoa, hello. Who's raided? How many we got raided? Party of 12. Hell yeah, thanks Adam Wilson. Animation gang raid, nice. Well, yeah, we're just watching some animation reference. I'll show you what I just did. I just made my dear Gabi here, I just made her do a backflip. Like that. And now we're gonna do some kind of spinny flip thing. And I need to see what those look like in real life, so I know what to do. And that's what that's what we're up to now. So let's watch Simone Biles, see what she does, because I know she does this move. Also, crazy fact, she is like 26, I think, which is quite old for a gymnast. So that's pretty incredible, because she's like top in the world, and she's like, let's just say you're not at your physical peak at 26, let's just say. I think the usual peak for this sort of stuff is like 23 or 22. But goddamn, it's just incredible watching this stuff. The skill, the discipline. This is why I wanted to use this for reference for Gabi, because as I've been working on Gabi in the game, I've kind of... Yeah, let's go back. It's so cool. Look at this stuff, man. But yeah, Gabi, as I've been working on her model, I'm thinking, what kind of person is Gabi? And I know Gabi is not sloppy. She's not a sloppy person. But these parkour, you look at parkour reference, and it's very loose and kind of not in a bad sloppy, but it's loose. And Gabi, I don't think that's her. Gabi is very like this. This is what I'm picturing in my head. This feels right for her character. So that's why it's been really exciting looking at gymnasts and not street parkour people. Not saying that, not knocking them. They're not, it's just a different style. And I really want this disciplined, rigid style. Because the rest of the model is kind of like that. This methodology I've been using to make the model is sort of in that same attitude, where it is everything has to be just so. And I feel like gymnastics is kind of the same. Like your form, to execute these moves, you have to have like pristine form. Like with parkour, you have a bit more leg room. You can be a bit more loose. You don't have to do things exactly. But in gymnastics, you really... And look, I'm not a gymnast, but just from observing it, I get the vibe that you really need this sort of discipline for parkour, and it kind of makes me respect it a lot. I mean, for gymnastics. Did I mix that up? For gymnastics, that's what I meant. For gymnastics, you really need this, like... I did gymnastics as a child, and I can tell I'm not nowhere near this level, but it is so hard doing this stuff. You have to really be in control of your body. And it's just so cool. So there was another clip I'm trying to find. I'll keep that open. But there's one I was looking at where she was doing a lot of those spin flips. And why am I getting pregnancy? Because look, for whatever reason, Google Ads seems to think I'm a 29-year-old woman, and I don't know why. But I tend to get a lot of ads for birth control, and I don't know why. Oh yeah, let me check Twitch chat. Mamuk says 25 is the peak age before you die. Yeah. Forgotten Dreamer says free and open source software can easily be left behind in innovation, and sometimes they need something more from a reliable source. Ah, yeah, I can sort of see that too. But anyway, yeah, let's look at... Yeah. Hold on, let's go back. I think I'm trying to find the perfect clip that I can look at for reference to get, because I want Gabi to do this pose. I wanted her to do a move like this. And now this is very blurry, of course, but I think that... Let me watch that again. I gotta watch her do that again. Whoa, actually, what was that? That's not the move I thought it was. That's... Okay, because usually they land the opposite way around, and that threw me off. She did like a... Because they do like a half spin, but that's like a full spin. Oh my goodness. See, this is it's incredible. It's gravity-defying combat. It's crazy. She looks a little younger here. Oh, this is this year. So yeah, she would have been like 25, I think. So it's incredible at 25 she can do this. It's so cool. And I want to back up a little. Remember a few weeks ago I was saying grace? I kept using that word. This is what I mean. Look at how like gorgeous that movement is. It's just so... It's just so lovely to watch. It's just... It's literally, in every sense of the word, awesome. It inspires awe. So I'm just trying to see if she does any more of the spins. Let's go back. I gotta pick one. I gotta pick one I like. This one's pretty good. The one she does right here. So I'll queue that up. I'll keep that in the queue. And I just want to shop around a little more, see if there's any more that are a bit less blurry that I can find. This should do, but I just want to shop around. Did she do it here? Is this the same one? I don't know. She's wearing the same outfit, but okay, no, this is different. This is 2019. So she was a bit younger in this one. It looks like a similar routine though. So I'm just trying to find the flips. Show me the flips. Okay, we have a... This is actually great, because this... Here's the thing that's kind of cool about her, right? Is that when we look at Sporticus, the two different clips, he does things slightly different. But Simone... Let's look at... Do you see that move? Like, you look at the posture and form, and this is like 2 years later, and her form is like the exact same. So it makes very reliable reference, because she is so good that she does it perfectly every time. Like, you see, the form is the exact same. So this is actually great. Look, her hands are in the exact same spot, her legs are in the same spot, so that's handy. I can look at it from two different angles. And then you got Sporticus. He's still pretty cool, but every time I've seen him do this, it's always been a little different. But Simone is like, it's precision. It's like perfection. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I think we can probably start from this. Let's go back a little. We're gonna get the first pose in this chain. We're gonna find the first key pose, which looks... What do I want the first key pose to be? That's what I want. But I'm gonna exaggerate it a bit on mine, because you have to in animation. You gotta so I'm gonna pull Gabi's torso quite a bit. Okay, it is a little different here. Or maybe it's just the camera angle. So it's this... Okay, I can work with that. Let's go. Let's move that to the other screen. But my god, it's just so cool. It's just cool, okay? Am I gonna use control rig in my... I don't know what that is. If it's a UE5 thing, then not, because I'm not using UE5. One of the moves Sporticus was doing is called a 360 front flip. Okay, maybe that's what we call it. Alright, let's get a start. Let's keyframe. Oh yeah, let's make sure the new pose. We'll call this, I'll call it spin flip. I'll come up with if I can find the actual, like a name, but I'll just use this for the moment. Alright. Alright. Let's get cracking. Now, her eyes are closed. That's from the flip pose. I'm just gonna leave her face alone for the moment. We'll do that. We'll go over that later. Do another pass on her face later. I do still need to look into animation layers. Because I feel like I want to control the face independently from the body. So, but I haven't looked into that yet. So, that'll come later on. I can use the comma and period key. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been going frame by frame. The comma and period key, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you scrub frame by frame in YouTube. Do I have a YouTube channel by any chance? Oh, yeah, I sure do. But how do I pronounce your name? Mamaruke. I do indeed. I think on my cards right down below on Twitch, you'll find a link to it. So yeah, I'm streaming there and here right now. I think YouTube is probably where most people know me. I would guess. Control rig would be handy for animation layers. All right, I will make a note of that. Control rig. I'll leave that open on another tab. I'll look into it a bit later. I just want to get this poses going. But thanks for the heads up. Ecstatic. Shut up. You know I've got a YouTube. Come on. He's being cheeky. He's on YouTube chat right now saying, you have a YouTube channel? You cheeky. You're a funny guy. Oh, you've seen a few of my videos? Oh, epic. Thank you. I hope you enjoy them. This will get turned into a video someday, but we are a ways off from that still. I'm just gonna guess what her hands are doing, because I can't see the hands from this footage, because it's just too small. And they're very blurry, so they're moving very fast. But gymnasts are usually, they have like dainty, not dainty, but graceful. They're not like that, they're like that for a gymnast, right? I'd imagine, that's what I'm vibing. And you know what? I'll make it a bit more delicate. We'll have her pinky going out a little. Very dainty. Very cool. Oh, shape keys. I've been suggested shape keys a lot. And I don't know, I have a feeling about them. I have a feeling I want to avoid them, and I can't explain it. It's like a gut instinct feeling that I don't want to go there. Mainly because this workflow I'm doing is based on the Arc System Works devs character workflow, and they deliberately did not use shape keys. They don't explain why they didn't, but I have a suspicion that they have a reason, because every other thing they've done, because I've studied their stuff like crazy the last few months. I've studied every talk, every PowerPoint they've got. I've studied every document I could find of their studio. And they're the only studio that does anime characters to the quality that I aspire to. And if they don't use shape keys, then I don't use shape keys. Unless I have a good reason to deviate from that, then I don't. Like, I stick to what they do because it worked for them. And it's like, well, unless I can argue with them, the 20-year veterans in Japan, then I probably shouldn't. That's just what my gut, that's what my demon is telling me. I have a little, you know, if I was a Dark Materials character and my demon could talk, it would be telling me, Ray, Arc System devs, they didn't use shape keys, so you're not gonna do it. And I said, okay, demon, whatever you say. I don't know. Does anyone else get like instinctual things like that? Because I get them all the time, and every time I try to explain it to someone, they look at me like so confused. But then I usually end up right. And I'm not saying that to be like, oh, I gotcha. That's not, I don't like being right, but a lot of the time I am. Because it's a lot of the stuff I tend to be right about is stuff I wish wasn't the case, but it is. So I don't know. Maybe that's what intuition is. But I don't know, I just have this sort of thing. And every time someone tries to argue with it, it's, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a thing. Joshua says intuition can be scary. Oh yeah, it sure can. Backslash says, from what I've heard, shape keys are useful for when the rig simply can't give you the results you want, which isn't the case here. Yeah, I think maybe that's what it is. Because the thing about the Arc System rigs, maybe the reason why is because maybe what you guys don't know that I had to look into. Remember yesterday I was showing you the helper bones? I have them hidden right now. But I actually have, this rig has way more bones in it than your usual one. And I'm not talking about the Rigify stuff. That gives you more bones, but I've added even more stuff than Rigify. And yeah, like these bones, these little helper bones. So this, I think people would, my guess is, because I haven't, another reason I don't want to use shape keys is because I have never used them before. And usually, when I do something, my head will create like a timeline of what's going to happen based on my previous, what I've tried to do in the past. And my brain will create this sequence of like possible scenarios. And if any of those involve things I'm not too familiar with, I have little warning lights go off in my brain. And sometimes I can justify doing that anyway and going ahead with it. And sometimes, a lot of the time I can't. But anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. But you see these little helper bones? Let me turn off grid snapping. So I think shape keys I think they would do stuff like this, but I'm just doing them with bones instead, because the Arc System rigs that I studied also do that with bones. And I have to believe there is a reason why they're doing that with bones and not shape keys. And again, they don't explain why, and I wouldn't expect them to, because they're giving out this information for free. So I don't expect them to go into full detail, but I can, based on the other things I've seen them do, I can kind of guess that there's probably someone, because they know what they're doing. Some guy on that team probably had the same thought I did and went, yeah, except he probably had the experience to back it up. And he was like, yeah, nah, we're not going to do it like that. We're going to do it all with bones. And knowing their workflow, I trust that they made that decision for a good reason. So, but yeah, the more you go down that rabbit hole, you'll know what I mean. It is really, like, the amount of thought and attention for their workflow is very demanding compared to the other workflows I've tried. So I feel like they know. They would know. But anyway, so I've got ones on the elbow and I've got ones on the knees. I'm just trying to find where I put so I've got these ones on the knees that adjust the default. Actually, yeah, you probably would use shape keys for this, wouldn't you? So if I have a knee bent like this, right, I can move this helper bone to make sure the knee doesn't compress too much. It maintains its form. So I'm using bones instead. And same with the hips. I've got these helper bones to help it all keep it in shape. So maybe that's what you would use shape keys for. But again, I haven't used them, so I could be wrong. But I don't see a reason to, yeah. Because I understand bones, I understand weight paints. I've never tried shape keys. And I don't know how well they work in engine. Because you got to remember as well, maybe it has support for it. But typically, when I go anything that's more advanced than bones and vertices, I have a skepticism about whether it'll translate to a game engine, because this has to work in Unreal too. And maybe it does work, but I kind of don't want to find out. You know what I mean? Because even this has issues when I take it to Unreal, and I'd rather just stay with those problems and not create new ones. Because generally, you know, Maslow's law, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. I've noticed that is a very astute observation, and it is very true. So if I ever come across something and there's like a lot of ways it goes wrong, and maybe one way it works out, I really pay attention to what'll go wrong. And think, does that outweigh the risk? And if sometimes it does, a lot of the time it doesn't. But that's just me. I'm probably more critical than most when it comes to that stuff. Just because I don't know. I don't know why, but I just am. What is this? Backslash says, did a quick search for UE4 exporting shape keys is a little weird. Okay, I haven't finished reading that message, but already I think my gut is sort of kicking in, and that's the vibe it was giving me. You need to have a bone control and shape keys like a driver? Yeah, see, I don't know what any of that means. So, the more you mess around, the more you find out, and it's like, do I want to find out? I don't think so. I found out plenty already. I found out a lot already doing this, so I'm happy with doing it this way. I'm pretty happy. Makes characters less dense than blend space. Makes the difference between a 50 megabyte rig and a 5 gigabyte rig. Okay, see, I don't know. I don't pay attention to file sizes for that stuff. Maybe I should, but see, yeah, because there's probably heaps more to it that I just don't know. And it's like, I'd rather just stick to my... I've already had to learn so much new things, and I know that I have a limit on how much new information I can process at any one time. So I'm very calculated. When someone presents me with, have you tried this new method you've never done before? I'm usually like, my default answer is usually no, unless there's like a very compelling argument for it. That's why I don't upgrade my engine version. That's why I don't upgrade Blender. I've gone through this a few times on stream before, but it's just, you know, it's, you got to, it's the cost benefit analysis. Is that what you call it? I don't know. It sounds like the word for it. But yeah, but most of these, by the way, because this is all just deform bones, I don't know, and again, I don't know shape keys, I don't know the deal with those. But for this rig, when I export this out, all these controllers don't get taken with it. It's only applying what's on the, it bakes all this to the deform bones and just takes that. And my sensibility tells me that just, that, because weight paints and bones are simple. Like, I understand them. It's simple. Games since the 2000s have been doing it. And it tells, my intuition tells me that if it's simple, less goes wrong. It also means you can't do as much, and it's less advanced. But it depends on what you want. I don't really want advanced too much. I just want simple. Not across the board, but just for that kind of specific thing. You know, yeah. Because I do know from using Unity and Unreal that it handles vertices and just weight paints pretty okay. So I don't know how it handles shapes. I don't want to find out, because every time I don't know how something goes, it doesn't go well. And then I have to spend like weeks trial and erroring it, and then it will work. And it's like, do I want to put myself through that? Do I want to do that? I don't really, and me right now, I'm not in the mood. I'm not vibing that. But anyway. This pose is almost, it's almost what I want. But I think her back does need to be straighter. And then her head needs to do that. Okay, let's move on to the next pose. Oh, where do I want the next pose to be? I guess at some point when her feet leave the ground. So I'm just on my reference here. Okay, ooh, actually I'll make that when she turns her head. In that one frame, you can see that her head just turns. It's a bit harder to see from here. Actually, this is really hard to see because of the camera. She's like out of focus. She's out of focus. But, so I've got that, and I'm not going to do all the in-betweens all at once. I'm just going to do the blocking. But something goes on where like that. She's doing something like that. So let's, oh. I'm just gonna move you out of the way. If you have less than 255 bones, you're good. Well, here, see, here's the thing. I think, because people have asked me how many polygons, how many bones, I don't care for this. I have not been thinking about it at all, because I've been studying Arc Systems characters. They have way more polygons and bones than this, and that works for them. So the way I see it is, it'll be fine. Like, that's sort of... I know enough about what's going on that I know this will be fine. Because if you've seen their stuff, man, it is crazy. Like, Gabi is way... This is like the most complex character I've done, but the Arc System characters are way more complicated. They have... Because they're costumes. Because I've tried to do my best job to emulate their workflow for the body, which they have, but they have clothes, loose-fitting clothes, that are also meticulously topologized and rigged. So, let me look up. Let me show you. I'll show you, because some of the Twitch people here from the raid might not know the style I'm doing. I'll give you an example. So if you guys have played, I haven't played this game. I've just been studying it a lot. But it's called Guilty Gear Xrd Animations. I'm just gonna try and search up. Yeah, this character. This is a great example. It is insane because they have like all these loose fitting, like this character has this like this skirt thing. That is not physics simulated. That is hand keyed. So, and the hair, the ponytail, that's not physics simulated. That is hand keyed. And I've looked at these rigs. If you think mine, if you're worried about mine, don't. Okay, this has so much more in it, and it runs fine in the engine. This one runs fine, and this is way more. This is so much extra. Now this is playing in really slow motion for some reason, but this animation is... See, there were like 5 rows on each side for that skirt of chain bones. And each chain has like 10 bones in it. So that's like 100 bones in the skirt. Then there's like 50 in the face. Then there's probably 40 in the hair. Like it is a lot. So mine is nowhere near close to the amount of bones. And their bones, I've tried to do a similar thing here with mine, but this is what they let you do, right? You see the difference between these two poses? Hold on, let's go back. Let's go back. Yeah. Yeah, you see that? Because that isn't done with physics. That is hand-keyed animation. And that's the look I want. I want this. So that's why I'm willing to put up with this torture of having all my having everything done with bones. Because that's how they do it, and that's the result they get, and I want that. Now, the lucky thing for me is Gabi doesn't have loose-fitting clothes, so I don't have to do all of this. And that is... I didn't realize how smart I didn't realize how brilliant my character design was until I was looking at this. Because Gabi, she doesn't have all the cape. She doesn't have a ponytail. She only has her hair, which is the only thing that's kind of complicated. But even stuff that isn't capes, watch her leg, watch her boot. These have bones in them too. So the leg itself has bones, and then the actual pants have more bones to control them moving and jiggling around like this. And you might say, Ray, why do they bother with that? Why do they bother moving all this stuff? And the reason is because it looks hand animated. That's all those little tiny details, those imperfections, because they're adding in deliberate imperfections to look like someone drew it. And that's the magic. That's why this looks exceptional and Vroid doesn't. It's because of those things. It just so happens when you have a character with these... How many belt buckles does she have? Let's zoom in. Let's get a close-up. 1, 2, 3, 4 belt buckles, and then the big one. Those are all rigged too. Those all have bones in them as well. And Gabi doesn't have belt buckles. So think about the amount of... This easily would be like 200 bones. I think, according to the talk, if I'm remembering this correctly, they said the average amount of bones per character was 400. So I'm pretty confident that I'm not near that ceiling, because I've seen what 400, this is what 400 bones looks like, and I'm not near that. I'm kind of on the way there, but I don't have all this other stuff going on, because most of those bones are with this extra stuff. So I don't feel worried at all about my poly count and my bone count. And the other thing too is, we did measure this before I started the rig, is that the poly count on this model is still lower than my old model. So I'm pretty proud of that too. That's pretty awesome. But that wasn't on purpose. That was just a complete accident. Just accidentally, it's lower poly count. But it'll be fine. The only thing this will not work for is if you're planning to have 100 of these on screen. Then you're going to have a problem. But I'm not planning to do that. So that's not something I have to worry about. All right, let's get that pose going. Yeah, the new one has less polys. Thank you. But that's because, it wasn't because I was setting out to make it lower poly, it's just because I was a bit more thoughtful with where the polygons were sitting. I know it doesn't look it, but if we open, for those who are tuning in the first time, I'm going to show you because this isn't the first version of Gabi. This is Mark 4. Let's go to Mark 3. Mark 3 looked like this. This was from a few years ago. And this has a higher poly count because of things like this. Let's turn off this outline. That's one of the reasons. But even without the outline, it's still less. Because I didn't understand the principles of topology when I made this one. So you see her fingers? Look at the poly count on her wrists and everything, and then we'll look at her new hand. We'll do it without the textures. You see how her new hand? Look at her fingers. This is why. I know this is just the finger, but these little details add up, guys, okay? So you see how there's more edge loops, and they aren't really placed very thoughtfully? Then you look at her new hand, and the edge loops are all bunched up at just the articulation points only. And I'm using triangles, and this is something that was a bit of a hot thing, because a lot of people who I met teaching animation, and people who I met also teaching it, were, for whatever reason, were terrified of triangles. They all said, no, you don't want to use triangles, those are bad. And they would never have a good reason why. They said, oh, it won't deform correctly or whatever, but that's rubbish. I'm using triangles everywhere here, and it works better than this. Because if you know how to use them, if you're thoughtful, deliberate, artist intent, if you do that, it's fine. You'll do okay. If you're just doing it thoughtlessly, then no matter what you do, it's gonna be bad if you're not thinking about it. But yeah, this I wasn't thinking. I was a bit, I was a bit younger when I did this one, so I didn't really know. But this is how I learned. I did all this stuff. Look at her thumb. Look how many unnecessary edge loops there are. Because I think I used auto smooth on this. That's probably why. I didn't do that this time. Every vertice. You guys remember a few months ago, for those who were on my streams, we were modeling this, and I was probably spending a painful amount of time on each vertice, making sure it was just right. Well, there's a reason. It's because you get this at the end. So you see how I've modeled in the tendons and everything, and the elbow, it all works better. The rig deforms better. It makes a better cohesive whole, and it's got less polygons, because all I did was I just thought about each one and went, oh, if I make the vertices this way, it bends the way I want. And I wasn't even thinking about poly count. But this is what happens when you don't think about that stuff. You just kind of accidentally might get things right. But, and then the face, look at this. The face is huge. I know that it looks like a lot going on, but because of the way I've done the mouth, which is deliberate, we use a lot less polygons on the mouth. And there's a lot of unnecessary little faces, especially here. There's so many unnecessary polygons here. And because it's so small, you don't really notice it until you really zoom in and go, whoa, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 polygons just from here to here. Where here, it's 2 triangles. 3, 4, if you count the lip. It's half. And when you do that everywhere, that's how you get less polygons. Now, again, that was not on purpose. My goal was not to make it lower poly. I just wanted the topology to work better with the rig. And it just so happens that the poly count was lower. So that was a happy little accident. But yeah, I'll talk more about that in the video I make on this, because I'm gonna have to do a big devlog about this stuff, and it's really interesting. I learnt so much trying to do this right. And yeah, I mean, for those who were there, you'll know what I'm talking about. Anyway, this is modeling stuff. This is an animation stream, so let's get back to animating. I don't have much time left, so I gotta get some spin going. So it looks like to go from the next pose, this bends more. So her torso is like vertical, and her legs are kind of bent down like this, but her torso starts to twist as well. Forgotten Dreamer says, one thing Guilty Gear has more space for, more bones as backgrounds would be simpler. Yeah, that too. So there's a few factors, but I know for me, I'm only gonna have, I've tried to optimize things quite well. I don't know how, I mean, I still have a lot to go, of course. But for my characters, I did a stream a little bit ago where I have enemies in the environment, and I created a system that culls them based on distance. And it doesn't really keep because the only other complex characters that are going to be, and I would hesitate to call them complex, the only other characters that are going to be on this map with Gabi are the enemy models, and those are way simpler than Gabi. And also, there's not going to be more than a handful of them on screen at any one time, because I've got it so that when you leave an area, they don't follow you across the whole map. They'll just despawn to save performance. So for those reasons, I can kind of feel confident about doing it this way. And again, this is still more optimized than the old one. And if the old model works fine with that many polygons, this will be fine. This will definitely be fine. I feel like it only really becomes a problem when you have like more than 50,000, I want to say. That to me feels like you might want to just watch out. But this is way less. This is like maybe under 20,000, I think, last I checked. But I haven't checked in a little bit. Ooh, this is a tough pose. So this, oh, okay, so this arm kind of comes over like this. Kind of like swimming. Does anyone here know how to swim? I remember when I was younger, when I was like 9, I used to do swimming classes, and memories are coming back now, because this pose is somewhat similar to doing freestyle. Don't enter to convert anything to tries everywhere? Yes. So that's why even here, what I'm gonna do, I haven't done this yet, but I am gonna triangulate all of this before I take it over, because the hair is actually still not finished. I need to do the normal editing, which I haven't done yet, but I've got enough of the character there that I can start animating it. But the, I gotta fix up the normals on the hair and the costume a little. And one of the reasons I've deliberately triangulated most of this is to control the surface normals. Yeah, so before I take this out, I'm gonna make sure it's all triangulated, because I don't want to rely on the engine trying to do it, because it's gonna triangulate it slightly differently the way I want it. So I'm gonna make sure it's manually triangulated before I hop in to Unreal when I do the final export. And yeah, now, but I wouldn't recommend doing that unless you're doing this cell shader thing. That's I wouldn't normally do that. It's just because of the cell shader. And the cell shader relies, when you use triangles, it makes the shading look different. And there's a whole, that'll take me 40 minutes to go through why that is, but just trust me on that one. I know. So, how do I pronounce your name? Sjogren says, I've seen models that are much higher poly than this, so you're probably fine. Yeah, that's what I write. Yeah, I have seen more as well, and it's like, yeah, I'm probably okay. Do I have an FK IK switch? I do, but I am a little hesitant to use it. Just because I don't know if it'll work when I export things out. Because this is, I use Rigify to generate most of these controls, and then I've done some of my own custom stuff, and I'm just a little hesitant on using the IK, switching it to FK, because I have not really done that a lot, and I'm afraid if I try and export that to Unreal, it might not work. So I'm just sticking, because I know the IK seems to work okay, so I'm just doing that. And the IK lets me stretch it like this, which I want a little bit for this one. I'm just trying to, yeah, it's hard to look at it from this angle. I'm just trying to see what's going on with the torso. I think I might need a bit more twist. And then, yeah, actually I need to move, her foot needs to be more sitting up here, doesn't it? And these both need to be rotated a bit more like this. Yeah, that feels better. She's basically diving into the air, pretty much. It's pretty much what she's doing. And then I'll move. I'm not going to worry too much about her tail and stuff yet. I'm probably, once I go over these a few times and iterate, I'll then do a final pass of like doing all the secondary action and everything. So I'm not going to worry too much about that yet. I just want to get, what my goal is for the short term for these animations is to get all the blocking for all the poses, set up the animation controller in Unreal and play it with the blocking and see how it feels. And if something's off, because I can use my imagination to fill in the blanks, but if even with the blocking, if something's off, I'm going to keep adjusting it until it's right. And then I'll go in and do details, only then. Because I think to try and do all the detail at once seems, my gut tells me not to do that. It says don't do it, just do the blocking and you'll be okay. And I'm like, okay, thanks gut, I will do that. So that's what I'm going to do. That's the plan. Which way? Yeah, her head should start twisting now, I think. Because on the, I can't see it from that clip, but from the second clip, her head starts to move up and twist. Actually, I should probably twist her body a little more. Oh, no, wrong bone. So her head then twists this. It's like looking sideways like this. But then in one clip, it's like facing this way, and the other one it isn't. So I might have it just sort of in between, facing like that. Okay. Well, let's do the next one. And you know, actually, I'm just gonna start closing her fist here. That's a good Nutrigrain fed cut. Yep, it sure is. Power the machine. Mamuk says, usually when I'm doing something like this, I key it at the frame before the feet leave the ground, and then... Oh, so you switch... Okay, I have not tried that. I'll play around with that off camera and see what my luck is like, because the last thing I want right now is for this to collapse, because I don't know. Maybe, I'm just a bit worried. I'm sure it's probably fine, but knowing how my luck tends to go, I'd rather not right now. Static. Yeah, that's a great explanation on how it exports. I think, yeah, you were the one telling me about the other file format, right? Because I still haven't tried that yet. But yeah, because there's another thing that goes on that I think your character had this issue to Unity. Because one thing I mentioned remember earlier I was saying I don't want to do shape keys because I'm skeptical of how well they'll go in engine. Another thing is, when you take something from Blender to an engine, to Unreal or whatever... Actually, no, this is a different thing. Someone yesterday, I remember, said that the Arc System devs had to customize the Unreal so that they could have bone scaling. Now, the lucky thing for me is that they were using Unreal Engine 3, and I'm using Unreal Engine 4. So they've already integrated that into the engine. Yeah, because with the bone scaling, I do still have issues with bone scaling, but this is not an Unreal problem, because I did mention a bit earlier that I still have issues exporting this that I want to focus on before I try more stuff. One of those issues is for some not all of them, but some animations, Gabi's forehead will scale like Jimmy Neutron. And I don't know why. It happened with the old model. It's happened with every character model I've made. It's had weird little issues like that. And Pixatic, I think, tells me that it is not an Unreal problem, because he's had the same issues with characters in Unity, using a Rigify rig as the base. And it seems to me like the issue is to do with Rigify exporting to FBX. And he's recommended I use this different format, which I have not had time to try yet, but that's something I want to explore. But yeah, also, yeah, when you export a rig, it just bakes everything onto the deformed bones pretty much. And yeah. And it triangulates it. And it makes it basically impossible for the engine to misinterpret what's going on. Because a lot of these constraints have little custom things on them, these little bone constraints. This is going to show empty at the moment. But each one of these little things has little bone constraint things on it that are Blender specific. And if you take that to an engine, it won't work, because the engine doesn't know what's going on. It doesn't know how to read that stuff. So that's why it bakes it down to a thing that the non-ambiguous way that the engine can read. And the engine should not need to know how to do bone constraint stuff, because that's expensive computationally. So it would rather just not know that, because it has to be real time and do other stuff. So the Blender rig will just say, hey, here's everything you need to know. We've baked all this in. You don't have to do any guesswork. This is what you want. Bye. And then it just leaves alone. It just gives the engine what it actually needs. And I think that's cool. I like that that's what happens. Which is why I love just sticking to bones and vertex painting, because I don't know how it does that with shape keys. There's probably a thing it does, but I don't know how it works. But I do understand how this goes. I know how it takes the bones and puts them into the engine. I understand how that works. So I feel pretty comfortable sticking to it for that reason. Hello, Blue Popcorn. I am okay. I'm doing all right. How are you? That's the real question. You guys know how I am. I'm sitting right here. How are you? Yeah, with some experimentation, it works pretty well. Yeah, I imagine it would. I'd like to set some time aside to experiment. I don't like experimenting in public because it is messy as hell, usually. So if I can find some time, I'll look into it. All right, next pose. I'm gonna get too hung up on this. This is, ooh, I need to turn her armor off, because I need to just look. The suit's gonna distract me. I just need to look at the form. So because I've got that on a separate mesh, we'll turn her full body back on, just so that I can focus, because this reference, gymnasts don't really wear a lot, so it's easy to see what their muscles are doing. So I can, yeah, the legs need to be closer together. Now that I see it, and I'll turn off her hair because I can see her head better now. Oh yeah, I can see now the torso. Something's not. It's not exactly right. The torso, something's off about the torso. Needs more twist, and the legs have to come up a little more probably. Actually, maybe I need to twist it the other way. Hold on. Oh, no, not like that. No. Just the lower bit. That's all I want. Because I'm trying to match the camera angle. Okay, I'm liking that a bit more. But then, oh, there's more. They do this. They rotate the other way as well. Okay, that's why it was looking strange. Now I just got to straighten up those legs a wee bit. Like that. Yeah. Actually, we could probably stretch these out a little more. Why not? We'll exaggerate that a bit. Bit of stretch, you know what I'm saying? Bit of squash and stretch. Go wacky. Go wacky with it. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. All right, next one. Next one. Gotta pick a new. What's gonna be the next pose? So I just did. Oh, I've gone forward too far. Oh, we did like that. I did that one. What does she do next? This looks like a next place to go. Yeah. This is like she's completely straight, which is just, this is just so cool. I have to say, this is just, it's so cool. I imagine like being in midair and being completely flat like that. Like that's epic. That is awesome. Anyway, sorry, I just had to geek out though. Widow Kitty says, can't wait for the next devlog. Thank you, me too. Me too, I'm working as hard as I can to bring it. Do you plan to add smears? Oh, I'd like to, but I don't. The way they do smears is... I can't do it the way they do it. I want to, but it's just... Do you guys know how... Do you know how Guilty Gear games do smear frames? Do you want to... Are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready? Are you ready for it to be Jova? You know how they do it? They hand model, frame by frame, the smears. Understandably, I kind of don't want to do that. I know it'll make it look better, but I kind of don't want to go there. So I haven't decided yet on how I'm gonna leave that till after I've done these animations, so I can have some time to come up with something that doesn't involve me hand modeling. So if you have a puff of smoke, like if the character lands and they have a little dust cloud, that cloud is a 3D model, and when the dust cloud changes shape, like it expands, that is another 3D model. And then when it starts getting bigger, that's another 3D model. Each keyframe has a different model. And I remember, the reason I remember this detail is that someone on the Q&A asked the dev this, the technical artist, Junya Motomoro, I think is his name. And he said, yeah, so we hand modeled them and we thought it was like a funny joke at first, but then we realized that was the best way to do it. So it's like even the team, they probably didn't even want to do it. Like it was like suggested as a joke. It's like, hey guys, what if we just modeled each one? And then they actually ended up doing it. But oh, I don't want to go there. I just don't want to do it. Cause I'm not good at doing smear frames. I don't know. I've never done them. So I don't know. I have a bad feeling about trying to do it like that. I know that I've tried so hard to stick to their thing for everything else, but when it comes to smear frame, I'm the least familiar with that. And I have a bad feeling about trying to do it like that. And I don't know. I need time to process and think of something else. And if I can't think of anything else, if that is the last resort, maybe I'll consider doing that. But if I can avoid doing it that way, just in this case, I would want to, because, I don't know, my gut is telling me that I will hate it. That I'm not going to enjoy it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't picture myself enjoying that either. So, I mean, hell, I haven't enjoyed everything here. This is not easy stuff, but I can, like, put up with it. But smear frames, hand modeling, I have a gut feeling that I will not be able to put up with that. That's just my intuition. That's what it tells me. It tells me that I might have a not great time putting up with that. Because it does sound so boring, not gonna lie. Oh, oops. I was doing this on the wrong keyframe. Uh-oh. Can I undo far enough? Oh, sorry, I was just on autopilot there. Oh no, hold on, let me open up. I hope I saved. I might not have saved. I might not have saved. Oh, no, no, no. This is fine. Okay. Let me just check the previous when I last saved. Oh, no. Not that far back. Oh, thanks, Jared, for sticking around. Appreciate you. Okay, yeah, let me save this. This is where I want it. I forgot to change keyframes, sorry. Thank goodness I could undo back enough. That was so lucky. That was a close one. So I've saved. I have saved. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Everything is fine. Luckily, I didn't go too far into that one yet. I should look at how to do smears in Mario Bros. I will write that down. Smear frames. Mario Bros. Wonder. Yeah, I'd like to find a less expensive way of doing that, because what I do know, yeah, just from looking at how Arc do it, that it seems like the absolute most expensive possible way you could do smear frames. And I've spent I've spent enough time as it is trying to do this right, and I don't know. The thing is that, you know, you have to do it to the standard that's good enough. You can't cheap out all the time, but I feel like for smear frames, I think because those are very quick and they only show up for a frame, my gut says you might be able to take a shortcut on this. Maybe on this other more foundational stuff like the model, no, but for a smear frame that's only there for a frame, maybe. It says maybe you could maybe figure out a more budget solution. So that's what my I keep saying my gut. I know I keep using that as like a thing, but it's true. My gut's never wrong. The way I kind of picture it is sort of like the you know, like how in like the Golden Compass, for those who still remember that movie, the 2007 blockbuster. Well, was it a block? I don't know. Apparently it performed under expectations in the box office in the States, so that's why they didn't make more of them. But you know, they have the little demon animals that are their soul. That's what I picture in my head when I'm arguing with myself about what to do. I feel like I've got a little kookaburra, which would be my demon, maybe. Either a cub or a kookaburra, and the kookaburra is telling me this stuff. It's whenever I have some kind of idea, I'm like arguing in my head with that voice, and she's saying, no, you don't want this. This you want, you don't want this. And whenever I've disagreed with my demon, it's never worked out for me. So I listen to my demon. And I'm never wrong because I eat Nutrigrain. That too, Monko, indeed. What if you use simple shapes? Well, I don't know. I could sit here and pontificate about it, but honestly, I won't really know until I do it. But the thing, I don't know. I don't know how that'll go. All I do know, I know what I don't want. I don't know what I want, but I know what I don't want. I know that I don't want to spend more than a certain amount, like a week maybe, on that. On like hand modeling smoke. I know I don't want to do it. That's all I know. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I know I don't want to do it like that. So, but yeah, just don't worry about it. I'm usually, by the time it comes to it, I'll come up with something. Usually by the time I get to it, because I usually see this stuff coming, because I saw this problem coming like weeks ago, or months ago even. I remember thinking, oh, how am I gonna do that? And I've kind of just had it in the background, but I'll come up with something. It'll come to me. See, okay, one tough thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to really snap her legs close together, but I don't know if I actually can with this model. Because Gabi's legs are a lot skinnier than Simone Biles, so that's probably the best I can do, unless I like rotate the knees in more. Because her legs just don't. They just, I don't know. Because I don't want the feet to clip into each other. Unless, what are her feet doing? It's a bit hard to see from this footage. Maybe if I have one in front of the other, I could have them closer. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, because looking at these flips, their legs are like that. Like they're really close together. So I'm trying to get that. Yeah, because when you have things going like that, I've noticed, if you have two things making contact, you kind of have to really play into it for it to look good in an animation. I don't know why that is, but I've just noticed. So I'm really trying to like squish them together just to really play it up, because I don't know, I just have a feeling that it'll look better. So that's probably the best I can do. Let's move on. What is her fist doing? And her head, I gotta rotate that to be like this. This looks so cool. Look at that pose. It's like a Superman with her eyes closed. Sorry, Gabi. We're gonna have to keep your eyes shut for now. You're gonna freak out. When you wake up, Gabi, and you see yourself floating in midair like this, you're gonna freak out, so keep your eyes shut. I'm just gonna... What is she doing with her other hand? I'm just gonna play the clip back. It's like going next to her body, I think. I think it's doing something like this. I gotta... It's just because literally her hand vanishes in this footage because it's out of focus. But it's like it's sort of, yeah, it's coming up to her side. Oh, am I talking about his dark materials? Yes, I was, just a few minutes ago. B Mercy says, something I've done for smears is physically stretching limbs. Well, I'm going to do a bit of that. We are doing a little bit of that already, but I do agree we need an extra, some kind of effect. You know how like in Ratchet and Clank when he swings his wrench, they do have this, the way they do it seems more like what I'd want to do. Let me search Ratchet and Clank wrench swing. I don't know if it'll show up, because they do scale it and they do all that stuff, but they have like a particle thing that goes, and I don't know if I'm going to be able... Oh, what is this? I keep getting recommended. It thinks I'm a 29-year-old woman. Google ads, stop it. What is this? One after the other. This is all stuff that appeals to the complete opposite of my demographic. What's going on? What's going on? What does Google think? Yeah, no, see this... This has to be some kind of running joke. Google's playing a big prank on me. It's trying to psyop me into having children, which I biologically can't do, okay? Stop it. Stop giving me birth control. Stop it. Why does Google think I'm a woman? I don't understand. Okay, this is what I want. Okay? This is what I want. Is it because I'm looking up gymnastics? Because that's like... Well, no, that's... Men do gymnastics. I don't know. Anyway, I'm trying to find a... Yeah, here we go. So when Ratchet swings his wrench, there's like a trail, and it has a texture on it. I like that. I understand that. I understand how that works, because I've set that up before in Unreal, and that's fun. It literally takes no effort. You just add it to the animation, you add an anim trail and add a texture and you're done. I like that. The thing is that I don't know if that'll look good with limited animation, because the animation trail relies on the object moving to have a clean interpolation. So if you were to do this wrench string and you were to cut out the in-between frames, that smear, that, that anim trail will look blocky. So that's the only problem there. So, but if I could do it this way and have it not look bad, I would. But because of the animation style, I might have locked myself out from being able to do it this way. Is there any better shots of him using the wrench? Because yeah, then it does all the scaling too, which is actually kind of cool. Yeah, like yeah. You look at that. I love. It's so cool. Like the way it scales, but that motion has to be clean. It can't be limited animation. That won't work with limited animation. I can just see it now. Unless Unless you somehow make it, because this is actually a little bit different than Unreal. You'll notice that the anim trail is actually not moving in world space, it's moving locally. Because that trail is moving with Ratchet. So if I can somehow do that, I don't know how. I know the ones I have set up in Unreal don't do that. But if I can somehow do that, maybe that would be slightly more feasible. But I don't know if that's possible. Anyway, that's just a little tangent. Why are you genuinely exclusively recommended feminine fragrance products in pregnancy? You see, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. What is... it's a big mystery. Go on the birth control, Raymond. No, I will not. I refuse. I refuse to buy a pregnancy test. It's not happening. I'm an indie dev, okay? We're not... You think I can afford to raise a child? No way. It's not happening. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what... I don't know... Yeah, because if anything, it should think I'm a game developer. And it should go, oh yeah, this guy's... He's going to be poor for his whole life. He's over for him. So it shouldn't be doing that. But for whatever reason, maybe they're trying to encourage me, trying to give me hope. And say, no, Ray, you can do it. You don't have a womb, but you can do it. And it's like, I don't know. I'm going to doubt you there. I don't know. Maybe it's this whole Google stuff. Maybe it's not all what everyone's cracked up to be. I know advertisers pay a lot of money for targeted ads, but if this is the best they can do... I mean, I don't know how more wrong you can get than mistaking me for a late 20s woman. That's like pretty... You can't get more wrong than that. So I don't know, man. Maybe they think I'm Gabi. Do they think I'm Gabi? Do they think I'm her? Does the average... Is that what they think? Because I'm looking up like... you know, Simone Biles animation reference. Do they think I'm Gabi? Except Gabi's... She's not ready for that. She's not 29. That has to be, like, that's the only thing I can think of why they think I want that, is that they think I'm genuine. If they think Gabi is real, then they think I'm her. That's the only way I see that working. Which would be pretty funny, not gonna lie. That would be funny. Because that, you know what that would mean? It would mean Gabi is real. Because she would have like a, what do they call it when they profile you? It means that Gabi exists in some advertiser's profile. And you can't get more real than that. You're basically, if you have an ad profile, you're a real person at that point. So, yeah, my character is so real, guys, that she has her own... Google has their own profile on her. That'd be something, eh? Gabi taking up Google's server space. Yeah. Maybe you have so much testosterone that they're trying to reel you back. Maybe. I don't know. Would someone with as much testosterone as me be looking at gymnastics? I don't know. Yeah, like, because just from my experience, I haven't met a lot of guys that are into this stuff. Like, when I was like 10, 13, I went to this sort of after school, like, it's really like daycare, really, but it was like a drawing class thing, and I would just kind of sit there and do my own stuff because I wanted to kind of be around other people that draw, and all of them girls, every single one. And it was kind of weird because I was like, oh, I was hoping to get the boys and we were going to draw some cool stuff. But it's, yeah, I haven't met a lot of male artists. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe it thinks, I don't know. That could be another game theory. Her pink head is in all of your thumbnails. Well, Google Ad Trackers doesn't know what thumbnails I upload, right? Because I don't watch my videos, like when I finish them. I'm not watching them on YouTube where it can track me. I'm just watching it on my hard drive when I'm doing the export. So I don't click on my thumbnails. So how does it know? How does it know, guys? I'm just trying to clench her. I keep rotating it the wrong way. I'm just trying to clench her fist because I've noticed that in the reference, the fist sort of starts to clench at this point. Let me clear that and try again. I'm gonna take all her fingers and just bend them all like this. There we go. Nice, much better. Yeah, that Nickety says the bigger question is why does Google think Gabi is a young mother? She's not even old enough to be. Yeah, exactly. So it's I don't get it. What's going on? I don't understand. Well, you know, back in the 1920s, parents were a lot younger. Maybe Google thinks we're living in the 1920s, and it's like, yeah, the minute anyone turns 22, they just have 5 kids all of a sudden. So it's like, I don't know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's I don't know. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more worried I'm getting. So I'm gonna stop thinking about that now. I think I don't want to know. I almost don't want to at this point. I don't think I want to find out what's going on. Just as well she's asleep right now, am I right? Look at her. She's completely oblivious. She doesn't know what's going on. That's okay, Gabi. Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about being targeted. You'll be okay. I'll protect you. We'll keep you away from that. I'll take on the ads for you, Gabi. I'll watch the ads for you. You don't have to worry about it. See, I take care of my characters. I'm not gonna let her be tricked into buying Pantene or whatever it was. I don't get cat food. Yeah, I'm a little shocked too, to be real. I don't know why I don't get recommended cat ads, cat food. I don't know. Maybe they're selling really well and they don't really need to run ads for it. I don't know. And now I know what I need. The shoulder is gonna, yeah, we gotta adjust you. Her shoulder looks, that looks painful. That looks, sorry Gabi, I know this hurts. Let's move you out here. That's a bit nicer now, isn't it? That looks more comfortable. Alright. Just trying to see if I need to move the hand backward more. Actually, yeah, it's a little too... We gotta bring it a bit lower, like that. Not bad. Let's save. Joshua gets cat food added. You don't even own a cat? Bro. That do be funny. Oh, I lost you guys. Okay, got my reference up. You guys, I almost lost you for a sec. Oh, but someone, hold on. Let me scroll up. Someone said something. Pick static. You mentioned Dark Materials. I finished reading that recently. Because I remember, maybe it was you that told me to read it. Because I know someone told me to read it. It was like on Twitter or something. I mentioned it because I'd seen the movie. And I hadn't seen the books. And now I have. I finished the books now, as of last week. And that is incredible. I love it. Animation related question, asks Mongo. How many folks in chat leave IK on while posing? That is, I'm curious. I wonder. Pixstatic, you don't think it was you that okay, maybe it was someone, but I don't know why, but when I look at your profile picture, it reminds me of it for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, man, it's so good. Has anyone else seen it? I'd love to go in on a huge tangent on it, but I don't think I think if it's just me and Pixstatic that know it, you wouldn't get it. But oh man, it's so freaking cool. Okay, next pose. Let's get to my next pose. Oh, I lost where hold on. I've lost it. I gotta find where it was. I think, yeah, this was it. Let's go back. Yeah, this was the one. Was it? Whoa. Okay, okay, it was this. I just forgot what the rest of this looked like. But that's also freaking cool. That bit at the end. Oh man, that's so cool. Alright. I gotta control myself. I could sit here watching this for hours. But it's so cool. Okay, calm down, Ray. Gotta. All right, let's pick the next keyframe. We'll do the one where she's upside down as the next key pose, because I think the rest is just an in between. We'll have some kind of in between that and the. So let's skip ahead, because we can probably it just follows. It goes one after the other. So we can make the key pose here in the middle. And then we'll do in the in-betweens later. Because the in-betweens are just literally, there's nothing else happening apart from it going from that to that. So. Pixstatic says, the series started my strange obsession with weapons that could cut rifts in space. There's more than one? That's cool. That knife is pretty cool. The subtle knife do be cool. Out of the 3 books, Pixstatic, which one did you enjoy most? What was your favorite book? Because I think there's 3 books, right? I see, because the one I found, it just has them all in one volume, in like a hardcover. So it just has them all 3 there, but I know that they were released as separate books. Oh. Actually, I need to think about... Because, yeah, I need to use her center of mass sperm. Yeah, I should use her center of mass bone to have her flip around. So I have to be careful on the pose here. Where is her center? Actually, let me, I feel like I need to move her backwards. Because I know her center of mass is in the middle here. So I don't want to move that bone. I want to rotate it and move the character around it. So I think at this point it would be here. Or actually no, it would be, because last time I tried doing a flip like this, I noticed that she should pivot around her shoulders. So we'll move the center of mass to where her shoulders are. Pixstatic says I have both the hardcover and the individual. Oh man, that's epic. The subtle knife is your favorite? Yeah, me too. I think it's the shortest of the 3 as well, but I really loved the first couple chapters. There was a certain vibe of the first couple chapters of the subtle knife that for some reason, it just left me in a mood, and I don't know why. It just really touched me for some reason. It was the one where it's the chapter where because the transition from the end of the first book to the beginning of the second book is like completely, the tonal is just a complete 180, like, you know, it comes out of nowhere. And then there's the chapter where Lyra and Will are in that's what's the name of that city? I don't know how to pronounce it. The Mediterranean city. And they're literally just completely isolated. There's no adults anywhere, and they find like these stray kids that are just like playing outside, and all the adults have vanished, and they're like, what happened? And I think Lyra tries to cook beans or something, and she completely messes it up. And Will's like showing her how to cook baked beans because she doesn't know what baked beans are. I don't know why, it was such a cute chapter. I loved it. I'd really love to draw, like if I get more free time to draw, I'd love to draw a scene from that chapter if I could. Oh, why can't... Oh, yeah. I don't want to rotate her whole body. I just want to rotate that. Let me keyframe her center of mass bone, actually. I should keyframe that. And yeah, I need to move her as well, yeah. So this is gonna look a little weird seeing it in place, but you gotta remember this will be in motion. So the tricky thing about this is that I know this will transition with under animations. So if she's gonna go from here and then to an idle, when she lands, she has to be in the middle. So I might move her around because I'm doing it so that when she finishes this move, she'll be in the middle again. So it might look like she's moving a bit in place, but my hope is that when you see it in motion, it'll look better. At least that's the idea. So yeah, it looks like she's moving backwards, but it's just so that when she does her movement, when she lands, she ends up in the right spot. So I gotta compensate for that. So at this point, we're gonna then... I'm gonna take this bone and yoink, do that. You see what I mean? So this is gonna look a bit weird for now. I'm just wondering where I should leave this bone when I'm done. It should probably end here. But this isn't... The rotation is not gonna be... I know it's gonna look weird. Don't worry. Well, I just need to... I'm just blocking out how this will go. So she's not twisting yet, but I have to, because this bone is very important, because the thing about this bone is that when the animation ends, it has to be back where it should be. It has to be where it belongs. Because if we leave this bone, when the animation's done, if I leave this bone rotated wrong, and it tries to go to another animation, it'll flip back around, and it'll glitch out, which I don't want. Ecstatic says it's been such a long time since I've read it, but oh man. How old were you when you first read it? Because I have a friend that first read it when she was 9, and I don't think she's read it since then. But I told her that I was reading it, and I'm older than 9, so obviously I'm gonna have a different take on it. But I encouraged her, I'm like, yeah, you should reread it again and see what you think of it now, because I had the opportunity to read it when I was about that age, but I didn't for some reason. Like, I've literally had this book the whole time and I just never read it. And I feel like maybe that was for the best, because there's a lot of it I see. There's a lot about it that would have gone over my head as a 9-year-old. It's still cool as like a kid's story, but there's so much I really respect about it that I could only really respect now. And I think maybe, you know, just like how I was saying, it's the same with Avatar when we were talking about Avatar yesterday, because I didn't watch it as a kid. I just didn't. But I did watch it when I was like a few years ago, and man, it is so amazing, and I can appreciate, there's so much about it I respect. So I don't know, maybe I was meant to watch it as an adult. I don't know. Okay, so the thing I'm trying to do with this bone is that I want it... I gotta think. I think I figured out what I want. Because it needs to end at 0. The rotation has to be 0 at the end. But then if I have it at 0 at the end, how do I make it flip? Well, here's what we'll do. At frame 3, we will go 360. Oops. We'll offset it by a whole cycle. At this, oh, wait a minute, not like that. Because we're not having interpolation. The thing is, the reason I don't want to do this stuff at the beginning and the end keyframe is that Unreal tries to add interpolation between animations, and I want to try and get rid of that as best I can, but just in case it doesn't fully do it, I don't want to have any of that kind of stuff on the ends. I want to keep it inside the keyframes. Inside the bounds, so to speak. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I have a gut feeling that I should not... Yeah, so now you see, because I don't have any interpolation, this bone actually rotates a full 360 degrees, but because there's no interpolation, you don't noticeably see anything move. But what we're going to do is we're then going to lerp it back around, and we're going to cut some more interpolation out from it, of course. I think it needs to be negative 360, I'm pretty sure. And then we take it from this keyframe, and just for the moment, I'm going to have this on linear. Just for the sake of example, I'm going to set these two keyframes to linear. I think it should let me do that, right? Oh, maybe not. Okay. It's not letting me change the... Maybe if I set these 3 to linear. Oh, okay, now we've got something. Oh, wow, that was quick. Oh, because this one's at 0. That's why. That's why. No, I had it right. If I change this one to negative 360 as well, and then change these two to constant. Why is that still not doing it? Oh, this is still being marked as constant. There we go. That's what I want. But where do I want it to end? Because let me watch the reference again. I gotta pay attention. I gotta see what's going on. Because I'm just thinking about the center of mass bone, because I don't want the rotation to be on the character's bones, because when I tried doing that with the old model, it looked bad. So we're gonna do all the rotation of the entire thing with that center of gravity. But I gotta see what happens. And then that's 360 degrees. Yeah, so it has to do a full 360 degree turn. All right. But this, we need to start it a bit earlier. So I'll take 90 degrees off this. Oh, oops, not like that. I'll add 90 degrees on this. There we go. Oh no, that's actually... Oh, actually maybe... Because the problem I have at the moment, if I leave this how it was... Can I undo that? Can I go back? There we go. If I leave it the way I have, because the problem is that she is rotated, but the bone is not. So I think maybe what I should do is I should rotate her back straight and then rotate this bone. Because if I try and do it like this, she's going to rotate too much. So here, I need to set the rotation. I need to rotate all of her to compensate. So I should have done this before, but now I know. So this has to be offset, and then we're going to have to move her back. I feel like this is the way. This is the way I got to do it. I want to keep that center of mass bone oriented to the way her body, because her torso. I'm just looking at her torso, and it's like, oh, I need to change this to use median point. All right, now this is gonna look... I'm gonna have to move her again. Actually, let me just go R90, so it's exactly to compensate. So I need to reposition her again slightly, about here. Okay, you see how this looks better? Now, this pose is not right. Oh no, no, it is. I just no, it isn't. I have to then rotate this as well, I think. Let me save. Inquire says this is so sick. Thank you. I hope so. That was my requirement when I started this thing. I didn't have a document or a brief that I gave myself. I just wrote down it has to be sick. So I'm glad that it's shaping up. But yeah, man, I will say this is so much easier with that center of mass bone I set up. If I didn't have that, it would be actually over. For real, for real. Be Jova. Now, let me just pay attention to what's going on with this bone. Yeah, the rotation changes, so I gotta go minus 270. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. There you go. See how now when she lands, she's not sideways. She's facing, her feet are facing the ground. I didn't know how to explain it, but that's what I want. You see it? So when she does her full flip, so we're gonna change her pose, but I'm just looking at the way her torso bone is rotated, and I want her being in that orientation when she lands. So we're gonna have to spin her around while this is happening, which should not be a problem. We actually, or we might even be able to do the spin with the center of gravity bone even. But I do want, because I think there's another pose I'm missing. I think she, let me go back. It looks, I think she has to be, her arms need to be tucked in more during the spin, and I know that, where have I've lost it? Where was the timeline? Oh, was it this? No, it wasn't this, but that is sick. But I think it was earlier. I've lost where was I've lost where my playhead was. It's, you can't help but smile, it's just so cool. But we're not doing that pose, not yet. We wanna, where was it? There was a specific flip, a specific point in this video. I think, was it this one? No, it wasn't that. She didn't do all this, it was just, I've lost it. Is this the right video? Yeah, this is the right one. I just can't find where it was. I can find it. I can find it. I know it's gotta be it's in here. Hold up. I must have had this playing in the background without realizing. Oh, it was okay, this is the one where it does it from this angle. All right, well, hey, slow down. Hold up. Okay, so when Gabi is, we have to have her arms tucked in more for that, so I'll make that as well. This should be easy, because this is very similar to the previous pose. She's just tucked in more. So this shouldn't be too much work. All right. Oh, Tim. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Hey, good to see you. Sorry, I was just completely in awe of Simone Biles' prowess. Glad to see you could stop by. So, yeah, her arms have to be like that. That's actually a little bit different to what I've seen from other places. Actually, we could use some, actually, let me just double, triple check. Okay, yes, it does do that. All right. I'll do mirror this time. Oh, actually, that doesn't, because the arms, mirror is not working so well, is it? I thought I could just make it do that, but maybe not. And this is getting a little complicated. Yeah, actually, this is getting a bit hard because now she's like upside down and stuff. Can I like stop this bone from... Yeah, I'm gonna change this to something else. Oh, oops, no, I have to go back to the... Because look, I don't know what this does exactly, but all I know is if I change this to use quaternions, it won't animate the bone anymore. And I just want it to stay still, so I can just focus on a pose because editing her upside down is a lot harder than it looks. So we're just gonna rotate her back this way, and oh my goodness, the symmetry bone is... Oh, it's because she's twisted, that's why. It's fair enough. Should I... Ooh, I have to think, where do I want to perform the twist? I think it should happen on her, on her center of mass bone. That should be the thing that twists. That's my game theory. That's what I think. This should be the thing that twists, not her entire body. So we might need to compensate, and because she's rotated 90 degrees. So let's move her back. Oh, not like that. Hold on. Not like that. Oops. Come on. I just want to select her hands. There we go. Rotation Z -90. Bam. Thanks, computer. All right. And I'm going to take a moment to make a note again of the topology and the proportions. Remember old Gabi's proportions? Old Gabi could not pull this off. She does not look capable enough to do that. And I'll open, let's look at old Gabi compared to Gabi now. This comes I'm doing a big callback to weeks ago when I was talking about form. The anatomy of it all is so important. Because yeah, if you look at, this is old Gabi, right? Do you just imagine her trying to do that same pose? Do you really think it's not gonna look good? Because the anatomy is all wrong. But this, even without the textures on, you can just, there's something about it where it just feels right. And I don't really know how to describe it, but it looks like the poses look more convincing to me compared to if I had tried doing it with this. It just wouldn't have looked right. I can close this now. I'm done with that point. But that's what I mean. That's why, you know, because some people were suggesting, oh, why don't you just reanimate the old model? This is why. You can't do animations like this. You can't do that with that old model. It would look awkward. It would not work. Or, you know, people saying, oh, just make the animation 60 frames a second. No. That's not going to do it either. The issue was way more fundamental. And I hope that's kind of obvious now. I know I keep saying it and it's hard to explain, but now that we're at the stage where you can see it, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. I hope it makes sense. I mean, you guys probably get it. But I remember there were some people that would come in on the earlier streams or, yeah, trying to, like, tell me what to do. And it's like, yeah, trust me. Just let it cook. And now it's cooked more. And this is it now. Tim, you got home. You still in your work gear? Well, mate, go take a shower. Kick your, what do they call, what's the phrase? Kick your shoes off, mate. Relax. How was it out there today? Was it hot? I don't know. Last week was really hot. It was crazy. I literally, no joke. Actually, I don't know if you could see it. I don't know what was going on, but I felt sunburnt the other day and I didn't leave the house. I was literally inside here working and my skin was red. And I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? Sidrodin says she's bulked up. Zedra says the old one looks too bulky in that pose. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The thing is that I don't think gamers, they know, but they don't know how to say it. You know what I mean? Because I did get one of the reasons I wanted to do this Brie model, because I want the game to be great. I want it to be an amazing game. I want it to feel so good. And yeah, I got a lot of feedback from people when they would see the clip on Twitter and stuff, and they go, this limited animation, it looks bad. You should change it to 60 frames a second animation. But that isn't really the problem. But I also don't really expect them to get it, because these guys aren't animators, so they probably won't know. But it's, but if the players are saying that, it's like they know, but they don't know why, but they know. That's the thing. So one of my big motivator is that I want it to look so good that the gamers don't see a problem. Like they don't think, oh, this is it's a bit off. That's because I was getting that reaction, even though I put in a lot of work on that old one. But if it's getting that reaction from people, then it's not good enough. It has to be better. So hopefully that, because I do believe especially for the type of game I'm doing, the character model is so important. It changes the entire feel of the game. It's literally a game changer. You've ever played what's a game? You know, like Sonic Heroes or something? They boast how it's like, oh, you play as 16 playable characters, but they're all really the same, right? It's just they all have different animations and slightly different walk speeds. Just changing those little things, but it feels completely different. But it's really, the code underneath is the same. It's the same code. It's just it feels different, and the feel is so important. There's more to making a platformer than just programming movement. You got to make it feel good. And I was like, I felt with old Gabi, I was like 70% there. But is anyone really gonna fork out money for a game that's only 70% there? Me personally, I wouldn't. And I know that if my audience is as critical as I am, they probably won't. So it's like, well, how do I really impress people? And it's like, well, you suffer and toil away at this for a bit. But I think it's worth it. I think it... And this also solves other problems, like doing video thumbnails and everything else. So it's a multifaceted solution, but yeah. But having her do flips is gonna change so much. I just tell you right now. I think her neck is twisted a bit in this reference. A bit like that. So that... And her body is... Ooh. See, this is the thing. Let me actually, yeah, I should clear the rotation on that and we'll move her legs a little. Because the hips... It's a bit harder to see on this one, but her hips are a little bent. Just a little bit. I just gotta see what way they bent. Okay. Oh, it's just hard to see from this angle. Sorry, I can't help but it's just so cool. Okay, I'll stop freaking out. I just love this stuff. It's so cool. All right, but so her legs, they're like lagging behind the body, and then when she's in midair, they're going ahead. That's what it looks like is happening. So let's try and get something like that. Pixatic says, I'd fork out 15 to 20 for old Gabi, but 40 for new? Well, hey, thank you, man. I hope to really work for that 40. Because that's what I want. I want people to like really, get into it, right? Like I feel like, when you have something that's like, that you can tell the guy making it really cared about it, I think that it leaves behind something. It leaves a mark. I really do believe that. Because I've known people that have tried doing indie dev, and they're not really into it. Like they want to be a game developer, but they don't really want to actually do the work. They kind of just want to be seen and perceived a certain way. And then that shows in the work, because this guy I knew, he was doing this very ambitious project, and he missed this stuff. He completely skipped on this type of thing. He kind of went, oh, no, no one will notice that. He was wrong. They did. Because I watched what happened when the game launched, and everyone noticed. The little things he thought no one would notice, everyone noticed. And the game flopped. So when I saw that happen, I'm like, I have to really try. Like, I have to do 200% better than that. Or else it's over. Maybe, now, that might be a bit too high of a standard, maybe, but I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty safe, I don't know. You can't go wrong, I don't think. I mean, you can, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying. If Pixatic's sitting here telling me he would pay double, that's because, you don't have to say that. You don't know. We don't know each other. You're a person on the street walking by telling me that. You're not just saying that because you're my friend. Like you could be as critical as you want. You have reason to be critical as you want. And if you're saying that, I think, it's like, all right, well, maybe people do notice, I think. You know, because what Lazy Town, okay? I know I keep saying it, but that $1 million per episode, it shows. That's why people still talk about it. I know I said this yesterday, but it's true. I believe it's true. Okay. How do I want to do this? What? Oh yeah, because I turned off the rotation for that bone. Hold on, let me turn you back on now, little buddy. Okay. So, can I select everything except you? Keyframe that. And this pose has to come into effect here. So I'll move this keyframe here. And I see another mistake. What was this? I don't know if this was on purpose. I don't know if I left that in by accident, that pose. I don't think it's meant to be there. Sorry, I'm just looking at Twitch chat here. Baby Mercy says, classic gamer response, why not just make it 60 frames? Yeah, I get that a lot. You know, oh man, I hope to God they are kidding. I hope they're just trolling, but I've literally seen people argue the human eye can't even see above 30 FPS anyway, and it's like, oh no. But I mean, surely they're joking, right? I hope so. I really hope people don't actually believe that. Because if you guys have seen the difference between like 60 hertz and 120 hertz, there's a difference. I'm using an 120 hertz screen. I see a difference. Some people will say that there isn't one, and they're wrong. Okay, people who say that the human eye can't see 24 frames, it's like, yeah, I don't know where they. I want to know where that comes from, because where does that come from? I don't know, and I really hope they're just trolling. I hope that's not real. But I'm a bit too afraid to ask. Okay, let me, because I have an extra pose in here that okay, this is yeah, that is not meant to be there. Let's get you out of there. Okay. So this is without the spin going on. It's gonna look really weird when I do it like this. But I see we have to move her center of gravity is off here. We got to move this back here because she's too far forward. And this needs to be rotated like that. Let's save. Sidrodrin says, people love when they can tell devs put a lot of love into the game. Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a lot of temptation not to, because I don't know. I see this a lot where it's like people just slap together Flappy Bird and make like, I don't know, a grand and call that success. I don't know. To me, that isn't success. I have no interest in doing that. Or like, you know, I see this on Reddit a lot where it's like, I just stopped looking at it because it was just depressing me too much, but you'll see like every so often on like the game dev subreddit, you'll come across this post where it's like, I don't know, it's usually the story beat goes something along the lines of, oh, only 300 people wishlisted my game, what's wrong? And they've only worked on it for like 6 months. Like they haven't really put any effort into it. It's just this very generic, like anyone could have made it type thing. And it's just, the fact that they're even complaining about the wish list to me is also like it's like, oh, well that's, that kind of gives me an indicator on what it is you're trying to do here. And it's just, I don't know, maybe I'm a bit of an extreme example, so I can't, I don't know, there's positives and negatives, but it's just like, I don't aspire to be that person on Reddit complaining that my game that I put 1 month of effort into only has 300 wish lists. Help. And it's like, well, maybe, like, I don't know, maybe work on it more and make people care. That's what my guess. That sounds harsh, but I don't know. That's just what I see. Because usually when sometimes I'll click, they'll have like a link and I'll click on it, and instantly in the first 2 seconds I can tell what's wrong. And it's just a lack of effort most of the time. Or it's a lack of effort in the wrong area. Because, you know, maybe they put in a lot of work on programming it, but it doesn't look, like, appealing. Because you got to sell it, right? So it's like... and it's not in, like, a greedy, you have to sell it way. It's more of, you should love it so much that you should want to convince people to care about it. Like, you should care about it so much that you want other people to care about it. That's kind of how it isn't really about... I know people use the word sell and marketing a lot, and those are true. Like, that's a way to describe it, but the way I kind of look at it is... when I show... You know, that's one of the reasons when this model's done, you bet I'm going to be redoing the Steam page with this thing, because it's just going to look cool, right? And it's like... when you click on a game and it has this kind of character on it in like a cool pose and everything, and it has like the cool description, it has better... I need to record better footage and all that stuff. When that's all there and it's like... I don't know, it like... how can you like look at that and not be excited for it? You know? You can't not be sold on it at that point. Unless it's not your kind of game, then that's sort of a different... You can't really do anything about that, but... I don't know, it's just... I think if someone wants it to exist badly enough, people will want to play it badly enough. I don't know, that's just... yeah. Don't put the current viewport display on the Steam page. No, I don't mean it. No, it's not what I mean. I mean when it's done, okay. Or, you know, I could just do this, but no, that wouldn't look so good. I just gotta make a decision. I gotta make a decision. I think I need to rotate this pose. Because I'm gonna start twisting with the center, yeah. There we go. And now I can see... aha. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to this, but the left and right, it's... yeah, we gotta move her more to the middle there. Like that. That's better. And this... maybe I'll leave that at where it was. And so with the... let me find the center of mass burn. I'm just thinking. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet. I'm just thinking. And this is too forward. Let's do something about that. Because I'm just trying to think of how this is going to resolve. Hello, Ghost Kappa. First time chatter. Okay, that's better. But how does she finish? Because I'm like halfway in, and I want to get the last two. I feel like there's 2 more poses I want to do, and I want to have her finish. So it looks like she kind of stays in that pose until here, and this is not the most best camera angle to look at this from because I can't really see anything. So let's have a look from this performance. What happens? This is a bit of an easier one to look at. Okay, her hands start to come apart. And this is the reason why she's so cool, is that you can see that she's doing the same thing here, but it's at a different angle. But these are like 2 years apart, and she's doing it like the exact same. That's awesome. Oh no, is it 2 years apart? Oh yeah, this is 5 years, almost 5 years apart, I think. The 2023, 29, yeah, geez, 4 years apart. And it's the exact same. That is just so freaking cool. That is so much skill. But yeah, so her hands, they go from here to here. And the leg, one of her legs starts to rise. Oh, no. It's not that it rises, it's that the other leg starts to come down. Okay. So let me pick, where do I want, because I'm going to have the in-betweens later. I just want to pick a key pose. I think it's when her foot is about to touch the ground, I'm going to say, is where I want it. Like that. But should I do it there or there? So let me move that to my other screen. Hydrogen says marketing is really important, but just because corporations are bad doesn't mean it's yeah, exactly. The way I kind of see it is that I see it as advocating, which is, I mean, it's the same thing, but I know marketing has sort of got a bit of a negative connotation to it nowadays because of the people that don't really do it in good faith. But I feel like I'm sort of an advocate for it. For like, you know, if I've got my stuff, yeah, I'm going to advocate for it because I love it. It's like, you know, and if someone isn't, you know, the way I see it is if I come across someone and they're not even bothered enough to like tell people, like they can't get up and like from the rooftops yell and say, my game's freaking cool, you should play it. If they can't do that, it's like, well, I know why. Because I've been through this. I know why that's usually the case. It's because they don't believe it. Which is a big, self-doubt is that's a wave. That is a tough thing to deal with. And I've had that. I've had time. The devlog has helped, but if I didn't have the devlog, I would probably be way too shy to tell you about this stuff. I would have no confidence. Because it isn't that I think it's bad, it's just, you know, you just don't... It's this weird psychological trick that you do on yourself, if you're like me anyway. And it's just like, you're almost afraid that you think it's good, but like, is it really that good? And that goalpost is going to change all the time as well, which is it's a bit of a, it's a nightmare. It's a bit of a nightmare, but it's, I think, yeah, I have a lot of respect for the people that can like have that and get over it and still be critical of their work, but, you know, get up and say, I think this is cool anyway. To me, that's like a sign of, and you know, they actually are proactive about it. To me, that's like okay, this guy, it makes me like that person when I see that. Okay, I just gotta move keyframes around. I'll do this frame. So I'm gonna keep her leg and torso pointing down, but her other leg is going to start moving backwards. It's going to start moving backwards like that. Hydrogen says if people really would want this game if they know about it, then if anything, you are helping them by making them aware. Well, yeah, exactly. Pixstatic says, sometimes I get worried because I've improved a lot. That's why what I'm making now will just... Hold on. I gotta read that more carefully. I worry that what I'm making now will just seem as bad as in the future as my... Well, true. I can't really argue that. Yeah, it will. So, yep, you can't. That is unstoppable. You can't really. That's a universal constant. So as you hears that, yeah, I hear that. We all hear that. But yeah, imposter syndrome is interesting. I don't really like the word imposter syndrome because it became a bit of like a trend. Everyone started talking about it for a period. But the thing is that most of them are imposters. So I don't really like when people talk about it. But there is genuine, like that is sometimes real, like that is a real thing. But I think a lot of the people who I see talk about it I don't think they actually really get it. They're just, it's like a cope, because that's the dangerous thing, is that when you hear about these terms like imposter syndrome and stuff, some people use it as like a cope, because I met someone that kind of was like this. They use it as like a cope of like, oh no, I'm not bad, it's imposter syndrome. That's why I feel bad. It's not because I'm bad, but it actually might be. And they're almost too afraid to find out, so they say, oh no, that's just my imposter syndrome. And they try to use that to cover it up. It sort of goes in the same bucket with the fake it till you make it attitude, which I hate. I hate people that say that. And it's, yeah, that's advice I used to hear all the time. But that's the thing, is that there are cases where that's like really going on and that's real. But I do feel intuitively, my demon sees this. It has this feeling that a lot of the people that make these top 5 tips to deal with imposter syndrome type stuff are actually just imposters, and they're in denial. And that's kind of what makes it an interesting symptom, is that how do you know the difference? And there is a difference, but while you're in there, you can't, it's really hard to tell the difference. But there is something, I really believe there is a difference. And it's a very small thing that's hard to notice when you're in there. But I think it comes down to your ability to like be real with yourself and not lie to yourself. But I don't know how to point that out as an example exactly. I don't know how to word this very well yet. But it's an idea I've had floating around in my head for a bit. It's an observation I've had floating around. Because yeah, a lot of the time, I don't know, it's just the people I see talk about it. That's what gives me, I know it sounds cynical, but I know it's just the people who I see talk about it most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. They think, oh, my work isn't good. And it's not because it's not good, it's you know, but it's usually because their work isn't good. A lot of the time. Not all the time. But when I see it, it's like, yeah, I can kind of see it. So, oh hey, sorry. First time chatter, bad guy. I thought I was already following, but hello. Well, I hope you hit that follow now, my guy. Oh, you have. I see you have. Thank you so much for following, bad guy. You know, bad guy, you're not such a bad guy. You followed the channel, so you're not so bad. You're an okay guy. I promote you to okay guy. So you better change that username, because if I see you in here again with the username bad guy, then you will be in imposter syndrome now, and you don't want that. So, nah, you're okay. Oh man, yeah, I think I can tell. So I'm just looking at the messages here. I think, because I've been afraid to say this, but I think you guys understand what I'm saying. You might have seen these videos too. I'm faking it by grifting so hard. Yeah, you know what I mean. What's meta imposter syndrome? When you know a lot of people have imposter syndrome, but you've witnessed how competent they are, so they're not like you, the real imposter. Wait, what? Let me reread that message. Meta imposter syndrome. When you know a lot of people have imposter syndrome, but you've witnessed how competent they are, so they're not like you, the real... Yeah. I would almost even disagree there with fake it till you make it being a good starting. Because it's like, if your starting point is to lie to yourself, you are setting yourself on a road you maybe don't want to start there. Because what's going to happen if you set yourself with that attitude, you'll have to unprogram that from yourself at some point. And I think maybe just don't program that into you at all in the first place. And just being comfortable with being terrible at something and not like worrying about it. which is not easy, but I think it's more honest to go, you know what, I'm not that great, but I'll get better. I think that's better to have that attitude than I have to trick everyone into thinking I'm good. Like, I don't know. It's just because, yeah, I've met dozens of people. Remember those courses I was talking about yesterday? I met a lot of people there that were like this. That I would ask them. I would poke them, and I'd be like trying to work out stuff and point out contradictions, and they would be like, "Oh, well, yeah, man, you just gotta fake it till you make it." That's the response was always that, and I just, I had to contain my rage because I'm just like, I disagree. There's something wrong. There was something just so, yeah. I didn't know what it was at the time. This was a while ago, but I know now. But, are they aware of imposter syndrome and they've embraced it? They're just actively lying? Yeah, I think it's the fact, yeah, Mongo, yeah, you got it. It's when it's a buzzword, when things become buzzword status, I have a tough time getting on board because it kind of loses a bit of meaning. Because I think, you know, before, there was like a phase I saw happen. It was like just before the pandemic where this sort of mental health, that was like, everyone was talking about it. People it's still a thing. People are still doing it. But I don't know, there's something about it that just feels kind of off. Not all the time, but it's just this thing of, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know. I have to think about that more. I gotta think about that one more. There's something else going on there. But it's in that kind of same pool, the kind of guru type people. It's all in this pool that I see. I don't know. And I don't know why. I'm really obsessed with that for some reason, because I feel kind of burned, because I used to kind of really be into that type of stuff. And I realized that, oh, this is actually like not... I don't know. I kind of felt a bit disillusioned as I kept trying to do stuff. So if I sound a bit bitter, that's why. Okay, let's get her hands moving. So is he actually, I would agree with that, who says, it's real, but it's more rare than people would have you believed. Because yeah, isn't it crazy that all of a sudden, in like 2019 or something, everyone started talking about it? No one was talking about it in 2007 on YouTube. Well, there was a lot of different about YouTube at that point. But even like in 2015, I didn't see people talking about it then. There was a certain thing, a point in time, something happened, and then all of a sudden everyone is telling you how to get over, they all have the answer on how to get over imposter syndrome, and it's like, surely you can't all have the answer all at once. Now, can we? I don't know. But I have seen it happen like that, where yeah, people are just using it to kind of cover up their... That's the thing, I don't know if I mentioned this. I made a video. This was a few months ago. It was a short little devlog I made about motivation, because someone on Twitch... I was on live chat here. Someone asked me how I don't lose motivation, and I wanted to also I made a video answering that question, and I wanted to take some of this stuff and put it in there as well, because I feel like it's kind of relevant. Because I had a tough time last year with self-doubt and imposter syndrome. I didn't want to use the word imposter syndrome. I called it doubt, because I think that's what it really is. When you boil it down, it's self-doubt. And it's something that I had a real tough time with last year in particular. So I talked a little about it. And where was I going with this? I feel like that feeling of I'm not good... What I don't like when people talk about imposter syndrome, they kind of tell you to just, oh yeah, that's just imposter syndrome, that's normal. And yeah, it is normal. But it's sort of, they say it of like, oh, just ignore it. But no, you shouldn't, because that's your brain telling you something. And one thing that was really hard and not fun, which is why I didn't really go into detail with it, because it's not fun, but I think it's so important to like not run away when you have little warning. You know how in like Unreal when you have an error? I feel this is the vibe. This is the vibe I get when I see these guru type people saying, "Don't worry, man, you're good enough. It's just your imposter syndrome holding you." When I hear that, what I hear is you having like an error show up in Unreal, and they say, "Oh, don't worry, that's just an error. Just ignore it." And I'm like, no, don't ignore it. It's telling you something important, and you will ignore it at your peril. That's what goes on in my head when I hear that. And it sounds really weird. I know it's a programming example, but I started doing that to myself, and I was like, oh, well, why do I feel like this? And instead of ignoring it and just blanketing it with, oh, it's just imposter syndrome, I actually paid attention and went, well, what's actually going on? Why do I feel like nothing I do is good enough? What's really going on? Why am I getting this warning? Why am I getting this error log every time I try and do something? Like, what's going on? And I think it's going to be different for everyone, but at the end of that, it was a tough time. I'm not gonna lie, but it was when I feel like I just in the last like few months I kind of got over it, and I feel different. Everything feels different, and I don't really know how to word it. I think in maybe another year I'll know how to say it, but I think when you just blanket it with imposter syndrome, you completely stop yourself from having that outcome happen where you get it. And this, I don't know, there's just something that happened in my mind. My attitude, it just changed. I don't know what it was. I think it was like me finally deciding. It wasn't that it was because you got to be real careful here, because you don't want to tell yourself that you're great from an ego point of view. It's not like that. It's more of a place. It's like a place of self-love, which sounds very lovey-dovey and everything, but that's the best word I can use for it. You kind of build this sense of self-respect, and you feel like you have a better idea of when to ask yourself and when to be hard on yourself. I think that was the reason I had a tough time with it, is that I was always hard on myself, saying, no, this is wrong, and maybe I was right. Maybe I am right, because it's kind of worked out, right? Looking at old Gabi, I am right. That was not a great model. It wasn't great. I was right. My little warning telling me that, Ray, this isn't really great. Like, you come on. Like, that wasn't wrong, but yeah, what am I trying to say? It's like there's a certain attitude that you have to kind of have with it, and I don't really know the word for it, but it's I don't know. I've lost my train of thought now. Does that make sense? Oh, thanks for sticking around, Tim. Appreciate you. Pixstatic says, when I had imposter syndrome, I paused to think about what the people I was afraid of disappointing were actually doing better, and I started implementing the... Yeah, that's pretty clever. That's smart. Hold on, sorry. I just realized that I have this hand in the completely wrong spot. Sorry, I got a bit stuck there. Yeah, it's a big topic. That's a big one. That's a deep one, that. Makes it hard to concentrate on animation, but let's move along. Whoa. So yeah, this hand is coming like that. I'm just looking at the reference again. That's a healthy attitude, Hydrogen. Yeah, it's like, I'm not good enough yet, but I'll get there. But yeah, no, I really don't like this sort of attitude of the imposter syndrome thing I hear, where it's just like, oh yeah, just ignore that feeling. And it's like, no, I don't think you should. I think you should pay attention to it. But that's the thing, is that it is actually not, it's not fun to pay attention to it. But I don't know. I believe that it's just like it's not fun to fix an error. It's in the same kind of sense. It's not fun to like listen to your own your real opinion of yourself. But it's just like how it isn't fun to debug something, but it has to get debugged. You got to fix it somehow, and you can do it. You can fix it a few ways. You can do the band-aid fix, or you can do the proper one. Alright, let me just move. I gotta move her head back a bit. And her torso, we gotta bend that back a little. So Zeus says, I feel like people should embrace negative emotions more. Yeah, I think so too. Don't avoid it. Yeah, you gotta confront them. You can't like go no and just block it out. Because that's kind of what I mean when I say the imposter syndrome. That's what I feel like people are saying. It's like, oh, just block it all out. And it's like, no. You gotta, that is not gonna go away. It'll still be there. You've just locked it up and you haven't dealt with it. I think that's what's really going on. It's still in there somewhere, and it'll come through in other ways somehow. That's what I think. Jaw says, get the good of negative emotions and not only the bad. Well, yeah, because there is some good to them too. And knowing what I can improve motivates me, but I can see why it's... Yeah. Well, if it was easy, they wouldn't really be that special, would it? Pixetic says this kind of metacognition is genuinely the most helpful thing. That's a cool word for it, metacognition. I've not heard that word before, but that sounds sick. I guess it kind of is, isn't it? You're like thinking about thinking. If you can't tell, I spend a lot of time doing that. I spend a lot of time thinking about thinking. Because that's, you know, it's like if you're a Formula 1 racer, you're going to spend a lot of time thinking about your car, because that's your tool. And if you're a game developer, you're going to spend a lot of time thinking about your brain, because that's your tool. And that's what I think anyway. So, you know, I can't help, I can't not do it. And I've also got these legs the wrong way around. Let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, that's actually, there's probably a definition. Let me search up metacognition. Bad guy says the brain is an important muscle. Is it a muscle? Maybe. It is pretty fleshy, but it is important. Metacognition is the awareness of one's thoughts process and understand. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. The understanding of one's patterns behind them. The term... I'm so curious. I want to read this now. I want to take a quick 1-minute break from the pose, and I just want to read this. Is an awareness of one's thoughts process and understanding of patterns behind them. The term comes from the root word meta. That's a trademark! You can't use that word. Mark Zuckerberg owns that word. Meaning beyond or on top of. Metacognition takes many forms. Well, actually, this is a big article. It looks like a lot of people have been they've been writing about... Would this be meta writing? That's interesting. I'm gonna give this a read later. That is my new favorite word. I like that word. Concoctis. I'm sorry, I must have pronounced that way wrong. Conquito man. Says when you feel like an imposter, you need to figure out why. Yeah, you do. I feel like we really do. To me, it's like it's your brain's way of telling you that there's something not right, like there's something off. It's telling you. It's a sign. I don't know. It's hard to judge because in the reference the pose is at an angle. I'm just trying to... This will be my last one. I gotta go soon, but I just want to get that last one. All right, let's see how that looks when I turn on the rotation. Where's, oh, center of gravity, there you are. I might have to move where that is actually. Oh, not bad. Quote me. Well, let's have a look. I know it's gonna look really blocky, but if I'm gonna have to sync up the rotation with these keyframes, and I'm gonna, could I add spin? Could I try and add spin to this bone? I'm curious. So if I go to this, we'll make this minus 270 as well. Oh, minus 360, I mean. Minus 360. And then we'll have it spin. This should give it a whoa! Okay, that's a little weird. It doesn't quite act the way I thought. That's a bit it's a little, okay. It's a huh. Because I wanted to do all the rotation with that bone, and also I just realized that the root bone is moving. So I want to get rid of that. No, I don't want the root bone to move. There we go. Let me turn the root bone off. We shouldn't even need that. Alright. Because it kind of, and then, yeah. I might need, I think what needs to happen, because it's the first half is okay, it just completely falls to pieces in the second half. Yeah. Maybe, oh, you know what? It's because the rotation needs to end here. Oh, that's a little, okay, it's still a bit weird, but it's a little better. It's a little better, it's still, yeah, it's still a bit not right. Oh, you know, no, I know what it is. It's because it's the axes is not right. I'm rotating it around the wrong axes. Man, that actually might be tough. There's probably a way to do it. But I know the way to not do it is to try and, it's because the y-axis is not staying local with the body. That's why it's looking weird. So I have to come up with some way. Let's look at it without the can I slow-mo this? We'll just look at it in slow motion. But the pivot, the axes, the y-axis is not right. But I want to watch it in slow motion. So if I change the frame, if I change the time stretching to I think if I stretch it to like that, I think that slows it down. Oh no, that speeds it up. There we go. So yeah, it's a little awkward. She's like turning, yeah, she's like turning sideways like that. But at the key poses, it ends up at the right spot. Like she is meant to be facing this way here. And then at this next keyframe, that's correct. It's just the in-between is, it's got the right spirit. It's a bit confused, but it's got the right spirit. Thanks so much, Koza, for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Remember to link your Discord, and you'll get my members only Discord. To have yeah, so I think you just have your accounts linked, and it'll do it. Thank you so much. The legend, yeah, mate. You gotta say it like this. You gotta say absolute legend. That's how you say it, and it's true. Yeah, the order of the rotations. This animating looks really clean, by the way. Thank you. Because I don't have a lot of time left today, but I kind of want to get to the bottom of what's going on with that bone. I really hope it's just a quick 1 minute fix. I'm gonna poke around a bit and just see, because I have to know. I have to know what's going on. So maybe, because I want to just punch in numbers, but I don't think that's gonna work. Unless let me turn that off. All right. It's funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty funny, but it's okay. Let me get rid of this keyframe. So when we get to frame 18, the Y value should go back to 0. So let's, oh, maybe it isn't Y. Maybe I don't want Y. It might be X. Maybe that's what it is. Let me investigate that. Maybe, because I remember there are 3 axes. I totally forgot. Maybe that's what will solve it. But I don't give your hopes up. I don't know. Let's just have a see. So I'll change this to -360 so that it does a full unravel, does a full rotation. And then at this frame, we're gonna set that to 0. What happens now? Ooh, oh, oh. There we go. But can we also have her flip over? Can this work? Can I have her flip over and have it not break? That's the real question. We will find out right now. If I should just be able to punch in 0 here and it should do it. Please work. Oh, it's so close. I didn't know. I didn't think it would work, but it's. It's not quite it. It's a yeah. I knew that wouldn't work. But the idea I want. I don't know how you do this. What I need is for that twist to maintain, but also on a, you know, locally to still do that, but to also globally rotate on the X. I got the X and Z mixed up. So she should rotate on the Z like that, but her yeah, the X also needs to be able to flip over and have it. Yeah, I don't know how you do that. I need a. Oh, I don't want to. No, I don't want to make another bone. I mean, yeah, it would work if I did put another bone. I know it would work, but I don't want. Surely there's a way to just have this rotate the way I want. Hopefully, because okay, because if let's explore that then. If I made another bone, it would basically just be a spin bone. That was, But I have plenty of bones already. I'm just wondering. The other way would be to actually rotate the character rig itself. But you don't really want to do that either. That's the whole point of the center of gravity bone, is to do that stuff. The thing is that we've got a center of gravity, but it's let me just think. There has to be a way to have that, because that bone could do that motion. The bone, like, I'm just thinking about the little diamond bone there. It could do that motion somehow. It could move like that, but how do you get it to move like that? I know that it can, just on its own, but because but if I made an extra bone, it would literally only come in handy for this animation, which I don't, in principle. I'm not a huge fan of just adding a bone for one animation. Unless, you know, if it will also work for others, maybe. But I really want to think if there's another way. That will be my last resort option. I want to think of something else. Well, if we rotate the hip, we're gonna have, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like we could, but we have to rotate the hands and everything with it, and the center of gravity is gonna look a bit off if we try and do that. Because you see here, the bone is twisting everything like this, and you see that she's maintaining, like, okay, let me back up a little bit. The reason why I'm not a huge fan of the idea of just moving her hips and everything is because that's what I did on the old model, and it just looks, it doesn't, like, it looks inconsistent because of the way it's trying to rotate it, because you're trying to rotate them all. This looks neat because it's sort of staying, like, how do I describe it? It looks like it's rotating around the right pivot. But you guys saw with the front flip on the old model where she would glitch up and down, so I want to avoid that, which would happen when I try to move the entire rig. The rotation order. I don't quite know what, I'm gonna have to look up what that concept is. I think I understand, but I also am not fully. Let's have a read. Animation. Okay, this is Maya, but the same principle probably applies. They're not too different. Rotation order, because this looks. Okay, this might be a bit out of my depth. This might be a bit beyond my knowledge. This actually does kind of. Here's the thing, because you'll notice that this is using this. And it by default it uses this, and I don't get this. I don't understand what this does, because when I try and punch numbers into this, it doesn't behave the way I want at all. But maybe because it has 4 numbers, and I'm just skimming this, but maybe that's where this comes in handy, quaternions. But I don't know. I might need more coffee. And I've seen this word, gimbal. I've seen this word, but I don't know what it means. Now we're getting Oreo ads. Well, hey, at least that's somewhat topical. You know, men my age eat Oreos, so at least that the ad is somewhat targeted. Oh, this is 7 minutes. I feel like, yeah, this is probably the way, this is probably what I want. I feel so tired now all of a sudden. I'm just trying to gauge how quick this would be to solve. If this is going to take more than 5 minutes, I might just have a rest. But if it's something where I can just tick a box, I'm trying to gauge if it's that kind of thing. I don't think it is. I think if it was a kind of thing where I could tick a box, I would know by now. Z before X. Yes. Hold on. Because it is the Z in this case. Yeah, I want the Z to spin that way and then the X to then apply afterwards. But I don't know how long that would take to set up, because I haven't gone this level yet. We're going into unknown territory for me. Oh, there's a drop down. Oh, thank you. I want Z, Y, X. Let's try that. Okay, wait a sec. I might have to reorder the X's a bit. Okay, because I was trying to figure out, is it as simple as this? And this looks simple. I think I could do this. All right, let's go. This looks solvable now. If it's literally as simple as a drop down, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, 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 okay. Let's. I feel like it's just a matter of getting the right combination, and that's fun. I can do that stuff. I just have to figure out the right combination of numbers and the right combination of axes, and then it'll work. So I'm just trying the Y instead of the Z, just to see what happens. This might not be what I want. Oh, hey, we got it. Hey, first go. Yeah, nice. See, I like those kind of problems where I look, because I don't know what any of that means, but my intuition is like, if I just type in the right thing here, it'll get me the thing. And there we go, it worked. Thank you so much, Pixstatic. Thanks for that. There we go. Oh man, this is cool. Look at that. Yo. All I need now is the Sporticus sound effects, which I have been looking for, by the way. I've been shopping around for the sounds, and I found a whole database of them. So you bet I'm going to be using those. But let's turn on her armor and her hair. Let's turn that on. And let's save. Sick. And I wanted to play this in slow motion. Just so, because it's very quick. It's a very quick animation. It looks quick here, but it'll look fine in editor. But when we're looking at it here, let's slow it down to. Let's slow it down. So the interpolation is not. We'll get to that later. The poses, okay, and the rotation. That's sick. So if I change all of this to linear, it's going to look a bit weird, just so it doesn't snap. That's what it looks like if it's all linear, which we're not going to do. But you see this? This is why earlier, like half hour ago, I said I didn't want to change the rotation at the beginning and the end, because if you have interpolation on, it does this. Yo! It does like a 180, which that's why it's kind of nice to have limited animation on in this case. But I believe if I change the start frame to frame 7, look at that. Ha 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 ha. Yo. Just like Simone Biles. Gabi's gonna be looking at Simone Biles and saying, that's literally me. Let's speed it up. So that's a little faster. Now imagine this in game. Imagine that. I know it's a bit. Alright, let's speed it up even more. Imagine. I forgot what this was for, but I know. Well, this is the slide jump, right? Yeah. So imagine you're sliding and then you jump and she does that. It looks a bit awkward still because I don't have the land. Like, she doesn't. I'm gonna have to have something where she lands. But imagine sliding and then you jump and then she does that. Or even better, could I have her do it like a backflip version? I wonder. Oh. Yeah, actually, this is very rough. Very, very rough. It's not gonna look great, but if I go here with a little computer, if I go to my handy dandy computer, and if I just change this to a positive value, oh no, sorry, wrong one. It's this one. If I change that to a 360 plus 90, there we go. If I punch in that number instead, it might actually do it backwards. Oh, actually, maybe it won't. Oh, okay, I thought it would do like a backflip version. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, because sorry, I didn't have auto key on, that's why. Silly me. Let's try it again. I just want to see how it looks. Just want to see. Just curious. Hey, there we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's cool. Now, I know that's probably not proper form doing it as a back version, but I like it. Yo. All right. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna call it there. I reckon that's a great place to end. I'm just gonna set this back to the forward version just so that I don't forget. So let me just change that back. So now I should do it forward. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Lovely. Great. And I'll change this to constant. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oops, I didn't mean to do that for this bone. Linear. Yeah, there we go. Sick. And this too should be linear. I mean, sorry. The first should be constant. I'm gonna do something later where I automatically key the rotation. Well, I'll do that. That'll be another time. But oh man, that was fun. I could tick that off now. So yeah, I didn't get to all of them. I didn't realize how hard those would be, but I did add one to the list that I didn't mean to add, so I guess we got that going. We might be, could we use that as a grind jump? Because I actually don't know what I want the grind jump to look like. And we could actually, because the climb jump was actually kind of similar. I had a similar thing going on, but I think I decided to just do it again. Because I don't know if anyone remembers this one, but I had the, where was it? Climb jump, which was a bit of a similar thing, but we were using a different reference for that one. I know it's in here. Yeah, clamber jump, sorry. This one, you can tell this didn't... Yeah, this doesn't look as good now that I'm looking at it. Where I was trying to do that same kind of spin. But yeah, see, this was my first attempt at trying to use that bone, and you can just... And her form is different, so this one we can't really do. I guess it was good practice, but I don't think I would use this. So the cool thing is for that clamber jump, I can just take those keyframes and put them here instead and have a similar thing and just have it transition from this. It might not look the most natural, but it'll look more consistent. Because yeah, I remember this was kind of hard doing this. Oh, actually no, this is actually a little different because she lands the other way. I don't know, maybe we could take bits and pieces from this other one I've just done because the form is just... Let's compare it one more time. Because that was the one I tried doing, the first flip I tried. And what was the one I just did? Slide, jump, spin, flip. Yeah, this is a bit, it looks a bit nicer. So we might try and see what we can do there, now that I know how to use that bone. Anyway, I'm gonna just make sure that's saved. Epic. Pickstatic says this will be sick. Thank you. Yeah, the vision. This is what I was wanting to do. I've wanted to do this for so long. Oh, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Nice to meet you. If my nickname is Korean, is bother for you, so sorry. It's not a bother, I just don't know how to read it, so I'm just gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you Guy, okay? Thank you. But yeah, that'll do it for me today. I'm all animated out, okay? But thanks for coming by. I think tomorrow, same deal, we'll be here again. Except, I'm gonna have to leave a little early. So I don't know, we'll end, I'll have to look. But tune in, I'm trying to remember the time zone. 6 p.m. Pacific time, which I don't know what that is for you. So you can work that out, but you'll get notified. Join the follow, subscribe, and you'll know. Anyway, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. See you next time.